city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and I've got to start out by saying that this was not how today was supposed to go. Oh, my camera also. That is not how my camera is supposed to go. Hold on. Sure, we'll work with that. All right, this was not the way today was supposed to go, okay? To begin with, I have no idea what my streaming schedule is going to be like for the rest of the week. You know, obviously we've got Thanksgiving coming up. I don't know where I'm going to be or whether or not I'm going to have anybody else to take care of my son during any of that weekend. So no promises. However, I do have some videos that I want to have come out during this weekend or during this time. So keep an eye on the YouTube for that. I may stream if I can. Keep an eye on my Twitter and the YouTubes in order to find out, or go to the Convocation Discord and flag yourself for YouTube and you'll get the pings. Anywho, so with all that said, I was going to be like, I was going to dedicate today to being about the Intaki, right? Like we had just done that lore speedrun video, which is now live on YouTube, by the way. So go back and comment on that if you haven't already for your chance to win the Plex. So then there has been, oh, hey, AR gifting some memberships. Thank you so much for that. Alara, Andrew Perry, Alon Gardner, Quizexpun, Garland. Thank you guys so much. Or thank you on behalf of them. Thank you to AR. So, as I was saying, why is that text up? This is the I'll be getting to this text soon. Hold on. There we go. All right. I got to figure out how to change that notification too. All right. So thank you so much, AR, once again. Okay. So with everything going on with the Intaki, I figured that was really important, right? It's also a very confusing situation because you have the Intaki Assembly, you have the Intaki Senate. There are some people that are saying the Intaki want to be free. There are some people that are saying the Intaki want to be are siding with the Federation and like what Celis Agard is doing. Yesterday there was a new news article that kind of delved into this a little bit more and gave us information about what was going on in Turner as well. So I was like, okay, this is great. I'm gonna close out this this week. You know, I'm gonna give this really strong, in-depth look into the Intaki people, which, by the way, was I don't even know if that would have been ready because it spins out of control pretty quick and goes into the Yin Mei and some other stuff. So trying to create like a delineation of what the story is to tell about it. I'm still working on that. And I also would like to talk to some people from like the Intaki Liberation Front and stuff like that. So that way they don't feel like I'm like misrepresenting anything. Anywho, all that said, then we woke up this morning and something that has never happened in the history of EVE Online occurred. So, dumpstered that script, what there was of it, and we have a lot of current events to talk about. So we will be going over the lore world news, the New Eden news, eventually. But I do want to kind of jump in first with the more game news related stuff, okay? So to begin, I do want to cover the fact that there is a sale going on think this is actually, is this? No. Which one did I want? This one, I guess. No, this is definitely not the one. Fair enough. All right, so there's a sale going on. Why is there no chat here? And black. Okay. Uh, this is part of the Spanish celebration. The Spanish client was soft launched a few months ago, but now it's the formal launch. They are doing an in-game login event. They have this cool video where they dub him over in Spanish.
Okay, awesome, awesome.
En este proceso, hemos estado investigando mucho para lograr el mejor equilibrio de nuestra localización en español.
So that's cool. Congratulations to the Spanish folk. But there will be some events going on. Today is this firework festival and Spanish community chats, if you are watching this live. On Thursday, we have a... looks like probably, yeah, it's a Rome, right? Join CCBB for an afternoon as we fly place to place to hang out with Spanish players and groups across New Eden chatting about their activities. So that's pretty cool. And then on the 25th is going to be the MPSI fleet. So that's a not purple shoot it. So just, anybody's invited. I assume that if you don't speak Spanish, you'll be at a disadvantage. But yeah, and there is the login rewards and the sale pack. So the sale pack is kind of interesting. We've been looking at these skins before. These are the Tercio Rojo skin, which is it's a reference to a Society of Conscious Thought kits. Kits is like their subdivision of their order, So think of it like a division or a clan or something along those lines, right? Like a school, something along those lines. But this is a quote unquote secretive kits. So let's look at that real quick. We have what? So for the login rewards, we do get this capsule. Which is kind of cool. I mean, it's a different kind of capsule. Now you can have a red capsule if you want. It looks like maybe like your bloody heart fell out of your ship when it blows up or something like that. And then for the Gnosis, these are the ones that come with the deal, right? So you get the Gnosis. It's got that, we looked at it the other day. It's got a carbon fiber kind of overlay with a red front and a gray back. The Praxis. It's a lot more obvious to see the carbon fiber on this one because it's, bigger and flatter. And the Synesis. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not overly inspired to get these, but could be cool. However, the facial augmentations are kind of interesting. So, the skin description, right? This special issue nanocoating commemorates a famed kits of the Society of Conscious Thought known for producing daring explorers and formidable warriors. As is often the way of SOCT kitses, the ancient Tercio Rojo kits evolved in directions away from warfare and exploration, eventually shifting to a new name, along with its new focus on other areas of education and training. The traditions of the kits live on in the various splinter kitses and those few older institutions that took in Tercio Rojo explorers and philosopher warriors wishing to continue along their chosen path. So, cool. I don't know if I'd agree that that's necessarily secretive, but maybe they're suggesting that all of the kitses are kind of secretive, which I guess fair. That skin needs to be on a thorax. Man. Wouldn't that be a little bit too on the nose? I think. What is this? I've only played even English. How's the localization in another language? I've tried the German one, but it's boring and distracting. Yeah, for everyone actually. Thanks, Antonia. If you see something wrong, right? Like if it's a spelling error, we like to joke around about, oh, this place uses the wrong model or this thing has the wrong icon. But like it's okay to do that as long as you've already filed a bug report, right? Rojo, you're right, because it's Spanish. I get it now. I failed Spanish, like really bad. Like I tried to cheat in Spanish. I have dyslexia, but like I tried to cheat in Spanish. I like copied down the answers. It was a Halloween themed Spanish test. I even remember that. And I failed it in spite of the fact that I literally cheated. So at that point I knew that it was not for me. But yeah, make sure to put in those bug reports about things that are wrong. And even if they don't get to it right away, like those things usually sit on the backlog, right? Like I know I put in a bug report about a wrong model, and it was like 2 years later that they finally managed to fix it, because it just happened to be that that's when they finally got around to like touching on the things that allowed them to knock that out, right? So I do notice that they have been pretty aggressive, especially when it comes to the text, right? And correcting things. Oh man. Yes, I do hope that you're doing all right, container. Yeah, it's cheating in Spanish class. I had to get moved out. I went to choir. I took choir instead. Oddly enough, I didn't have any problem with German. Not nearly the same amount of problem. In fact, I was better at identifying the location of any given letter in the alphabet in German than I was in English. I digress. So the facial augmentations use state-of-the-art nano-coding technology at a very personal level. Facial augmentations can be crafted with striking designs that mask the mesh technology that will boost the wearer's somatosensory systems. Okay, so what they're saying there is that basically there's just kind of like this mesh there, but then there's a hologram on top of that, effectively, that disguises the fact that it's hideous. But what it's really doing is it's increasing your sensory inputs, right? So somatosensory is any sort of sensation that can be sensed by the entire body rather than a specific sense organ, right? Like smell is a very specific sense organ, but like a feeling of pressure can be felt throughout your entire body, right? So pressure would be somatosensory. Hyper-intensive simulations indicate a more focused and aware connection between an augmented individual's consciousness and their nervous emotional responses. However, the benefit of this augmentation are not solely limited to improving cognitive interaction with emotional inputs and outputs. Whether sipping cocktails in the zero-G bars of Kali or ripping apart the sputtering remains of a pirate vessel with your guns in Null Sec, one thing will be certain. Those who see your face will have it etched into their memory forever. So the male and the female ones look very, very different in this case. We have also looked at these, so we'll just glance at these really quick. I don't know if that's a recolor or a brand new skin completely. But this one is new. This is the Birdman design, right? Like, it's actually kind of cool. It's a very, of all of the different kind of designer things I've seen in Eve, this is the first thing that makes me really feel like it is designer. Like it's a fashion statement to be wearing this. I would say. It does look kind of like a bird or scales or something along those lines. But yeah. Now these are in the cash shop, or not in the cash shop, but as part of the package, which comes with it's $25. So let's remember, $20 is a month of subscription. $25 would be 500 plex, right? So it comes with 30 days of Omega, so that's $20 right there, plus 100 plex. So if we said that, so that's $25. That's 30 days of Omega. That's $20 worth of Omega and $100 worth of plex, or $5 worth of plex. If you just, without any discounts. You also get the core systems operations expert system, which is just a really good way for like a new player to basically pick up the Magic 14 without having to worry about it while they're training into it. Plus a standard cerebral accelerator, which will help you train that faster, and then the skins and the face stuff. So these augmentations and the skins will be available on the market, but it will only be being sold by people who got this pack. So that means that it will probably be pretty costly. I mean, not like overly costly, but like definitely not if it was a drop or something, or a login reward. But also, it will go up over time unless they decide to bring this back as like an anniversary, which why would they celebrate the anniversary of the Spanish client launch? They could, don't get me wrong, but chances are that this is going to be one of those things where it will only become increasingly rare. One step closer to cat ears, exactly. I don't understand why CCP is not selling expert system individually. What do you mean? Well, they sell them. You mean outside of the cash shop? I'm not sure. This is a good question. I'm not 100% sure why they've decided to only make expert systems purchasable from outside of the game. I suspect it, like, if accelerators and injectors, if they could be sold for cash, or in-game rather, then their value in-game would be comparable to skill injectors. Does that make sense? That's the only, like, that's the, I don't even know if that's the firm answer. It's probably not. But I just feel like there's a reason why they kept it only on the cash only side. That said, the last set of packs that they released was available on the in-game store, and those did come with expert systems. I think that they don't want to encourage you to use an expert system as a long-term solution, right? Like in the way that you plex your account. They don't want you to be like, oh, well, all I have to do is pay 50 plex a week and I can have the Magic 14 and just think that that's the answer, because I think that people would expect that to be the answer, and then they would get blowback for it. Maybe that could be closer to it too. Right. The Barge Exumer expert system for $4 a month. Right, that's my point, is that like I think it's designed to get you there while you're already training it. Does that make sense? But it could very well be that they are. There could be other reasons. It could be that, I mean, it could also be that the business side of things flexed their muscles and made sure that they try to have things that are cash only, even though that was historically not a thing in EVE, but it has kind of been tending in that direction, which is a dangerous line to walk. But I think that so far CCP has navigated it pretty well. We haven't had another thing like volatile skins, so but we will keep a close eye on that. It would be interesting to know the statistics on these. Anecdotally, I don't know of anybody who uses them. I don't know if that just means that the people that use these sorts of things are the kind of people that don't talk to people like me, but anywho. As far as the login rewards, that's not it. Oh, I don't have them here. Shoot. It's skill points. Oh. Shoot. There is one skin for each of the Navy destroyers in this login reward set. So for the Galente, there's Alestra. For the Caldari, it is Sukavista, Suvi. That's a pretty good looking skin, honestly. Like as far as recolors go, Caldari corporations have the best default skins. Coercer would be Purity of the Throne, which is kind of interesting, right? Because like the other two are corporations, this one is not. And is it Thrasher? It's Thrasher, right? Yeah, I had a moment of madness there. Justice. Oh, I guess both the Amar. Yes, because Justice is not a faction or corporation either. And the more important thing is CCP not allowing gifting expert systems. That's true. That's true. Yes. That's a good one. Thank you. Well, if you like cerebral accelerators, thanks to the changes in the recruitment system, which, by the way, if you haven't gotten your million free SP, you can always use my link to now even retroactively get your 1 million free SP, which is pretty cool. But because of that deal, there has been a massive flood of the Master of Arms cerebral accelerators onto the market. And so the price has crashed. It's like it's down by 20%. So if you like cerebral accelerators, Master of Arms are now under 80. However, there should be new ones coming with the event. We'll look at those in a few minutes. Also, there's like a bunch of skill points, as always, for the login rewards. We were just going over the Spanish client and the login rewards and stuff. We're about to move on to the next thing. All right. Let's talk about what's coming next, shall we? Where's my ship? There it is. Well, whatever, fine. The winter event is coming. Now, the winter event is probably coming sooner than you would expect. The winter event is often the longest event. CCP likes to put it on and then like go on vacation. Yeah, I love expert systems being given out during events. Okay, so let's talk about the winter event. Hold on a second. My music is too loud. I'm also doing the inactive client muting thing, so hold on. That seems good. Is that you, Lampa? I don't know. All right, so, all right, we have stuff added to the wherever I am, Singularity. We have the skins that are coming out, the accelerators, and the boosters ready to go. And they all but confirm kind of that this event is going to be more or less close to last year's event. So we'll be looking at that too. So before I show you these skins, though, the Aurora Universalis is something that's given away basically every year, right? They look pretty cool. They have this green to purple with some pink stripes, and it has this particle effect come off of it that's kind of designed to represent the Aurora Borealis, right? They look pretty cool. And they've given them out for a lot of different for a lot of different ships, because every year they come out with a new set. Now, they used to give them out as like an item to redeem, but now they apply directly to your account, just like previous or other login reward skins. For the most part, they could do it differently this year, but they did that last year. So let's assume that logging in during this time is going to be the only way to do it or get these. And also, before we look at these, I want to say that like things on Singularity, of all the things on Singularity, the thing that is wrong the most is skins, and more importantly, the particle effects on skins, right? And we're going to see a lot of examples of that here. So one of the things I noticed is that they don't have any the normal the particle effect that we just saw on the Drake, right? That Aurora Borealis effect. However, as we'll see, there's a lot of wrong effects being shown. So this is a very common thing with the skins while they're on Singularity, and they generally get fixed by the time they go into Tranquility. I'm not sure why. There must be something particularly fiddly about how the skins relate to the particle effects being shown. But yeah, so for now, let's just assume that it will have the Aurora Borealis effect, not the effects that we see, and not the no effects that we see. All right. Hey, what's up, Johnny? So first we have the Krur. So we have Krur, Worm, Succubus, Dramiel, Daredevil, Astero. So we have and Skybreaker, Damavik, Garmer. So every pirate frigate. Every pirate frigate? Sure, we'll go with that. Every standard pirate frigate. Then we have Sacrilege, Cerberus, Munin, which is the Hax, and the Ishtar down here. And then Armageddon, Scorpion, Dominix, and Typhoon. One of the battleships for each race. I made the joke that like I expected us to get the Navy ships in Aurora Borealis or Aurora Universalis skins this year, because it like made sense. They've been wanting to highlight it. We actually got them today in this login reward. But I do find it kind of funny that CCP is giving the Aurora Universalis skin to the Munin now after all it's been through. But let's look at these. Here's the Krur. I think it looks all right. The Krur is actually just kind of a really nice skin ship for skins, to be honest. It's got a really nice design. Blood Raider ships have such a nice design overall, actually, in my opinion. The Worm. Now, I think no. I could have sworn there was a Universalis for the Merlin. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So the Worm got it before the Merlin, huh? The Succubus, the Sky Beetle, now in teal, in turquoise. We're getting to the Skybreaker. No Pacifier. Pacifier is not a T1. It's also not a pirate frigate. Dramiel. I actually really like this one. The skin actually, like, it's so interesting how the same skin kind of like feels different on other ships. I also really like the fact it might be hard to see, but the modeling, the texture effect, the spots of the Dramiel is still visible just barely within the skin. You can see that the spots are teal and the non-spots are like a slight purple. Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, last year was the pirate cruisers. Good point. Okay. Daredevil. My favorite webbing ship for hauling. Astero. The Astero has just too many good skins. That's pretty much the problem as far as I'm concerned. Skybreaker. So it goes from being this kind of... It's actually close. It's close to Blue Star Defender. But it's got the purple stripes and the purple back. Yeah, I know that that's the word, but I don't know how to pronounce it such a way that doesn't sound like I'm talking about modeling as in the physical structure. Anywho, Damovic. I'm always happy when the Trig ships get skins, because the Trig ships have a lot of really nice skins, but they're all so expensive because they came from the invasion year. So a lot of people feel really put out by that. Garmer. Now this is pink. Like I'm not sure why the reflection map is so like much more on the Garmer than other ships. Probably thanks to this, but it's even shinier than that. Holy crap! Yeah. Here you go. But yeah, it's a very shiny pink. It's worth noting that there is no Heart Surge for the Garmer at this time, so this is the closest to a Heart Surge skin that you could get. The Sacrilege. Now this is another one I think that the Tech 1, doesn't the Tech 1 have? Yeah, see? So the Tech 1 has the Aurora on it. But for some reason, this one doesn't yet. Which is kind of weird, because usually it would have it, like, even if it doesn't have it, because showing the wrong one on these ships is very common. Cerberus. I also think it's funny that, like, the other low-key thing about that change is it is kind of suggesting once again that the Trig ships and the Edencom ships are pirate ships, as it were, which is kind of wrong, but, you know, whatever. Either way, Cerberus. Cerberus is another one of those ships that has quite a few actually pretty decent skins. I like the Blaze because it's in honor of their artist that passed away. Dragon Phoenix was really good. I don't know why I don't have it. Looks good in Ghostbird. It's got Vital Shift. It's got a Yule Festival if you pay too much. You know, it's got skins. And the Munin. So this is an example of the wrong particle effect. So you see this Kumok on the top? That's actually from Freedom Revolution. See, it's not there. It is there. So I imagine that this particle effect will be replaced with the Aurora Universalis, which looks like that. And the Ishtar. Here's a more subtle one. This green light stood out to me. It's normally not there, but it is on the Yule Star skin. So I think that that's where that got from. So I imagine it's not going to have that, probably. And it will have the Aurora effect, potentially. Have I caveated that enough? And have it look like that. Next is the battleships. So we have the Armageddon. And this one also has the wrong one. It's got the red claw sable effect on the back. Scorpion. This one also has the red claw sable effect. That looks... This looks fabulous, doesn't it? Like, straight up fabulous. Can you imagine jamming people out in this thing? That's going to be kind of fun. Dominic's. So this one looks like it would be right, but I don't think it is. Because this effect, if you see here, there is the play button there, and there's this vent here. On the normal ones, there isn't a vent. So let's identify where those are from. The play button is, of course, the more obvious one. It comes from the Galnet Dreamcast skin. Boom, there it is. And the vents come from Interstellar Convergence. So I imagine that neither of those will exist, and instead we'll get the Aurora effect. Oh, also that effect off there, I think, is also from the... It's from one of the other two. Typhoon. Once again, the that's the Convergence. Well, that looks pretty cool. I like this one. And we already looked at the Ishtar. So that's all of them. So that's the Aurora Universalis skins. Chances are some of them will be login reward, some of them will be event track. So next we have the Cerebral Accelerators. We have the Extended Brain Freeze, which is 3 days at 6 points per. Now remember, this can get doubled by having Biology 5. So this can be 6 days with 6 points each. The Potent is 1 to 2 days at 8 points each. And the Basic is 1 to 2 days at 4 points each. They have really nerfed the amount of points that these things give, man. But, you know, it's fine. And then there are several other boosters. We have the Sunyata booster, which is a reduction in module heat damage, which is pretty cool. That plus a T3 means overheat all the things all the time. Nirvana is plus to shield hit points, with the top being plus 8% shield hit points, which, remember, your shield hit points also impacts your shield recharge rate. So passive tanks become even more disgusting during this time. Rapture Booster is capacitor recharge time. So more cap, faster cap. And then Afterburner Speed Boost is the Satana. Hey, thanks for that. And the Vitarka is energy turret damage. Lasers. The Manasikara, we'll go with that. tracking speed, energy turret tracking speed. Oh, and there's a level 4. They put in a level 4. So, oh, Jesus. Reduction of 20% heat, 10% additional shields, 10% capacitor recharge time, 20% afterburner speed boost, or 10% energy turret damage, or 20% energy turret tracking speed. So, and they expire on February 9th. All of them do. So these things are going to be very valuable. They'll probably be drops in the event sites. Some of these are going to be absolutely insane while they exist, right? Like, my Paladin's going to be really good. Every shield super is going to be just that much stronger. That has it, you know, whatever. So these are going to be pretty in-demand boosters, especially the higher tier, most likely. And if they're not in demand, then people are making probably a critical mistake. There's also two new kinds of fireworks, maybe, but we can't see those until we can use them. And that's it. So those come from the winter event, which is... So this is last year's, right? Yeah. So we have the Chilling Spree, where you hit people with snowballs for SP. There's login rewards for 13 days leading up to Christmas. So yeah, that's the thing. So the the Christmas event is the 13 days leading up to Christmas, and then it goes on through the new year. So I'm not sure if that entire time is actually like the event with the event sites, but I'm pretty sure it is. So if you think about it, that's like the 12th, right? Right around then, the 12th to the 4th. There is also Abyssal Proving Grounds, which we don't have that yet. The Yule skins. Now, these Yule skins, for those of you who don't know, I call this my ugly Christmas sweater. So right now, this skin looks kind of plain. It's just red in the front and white in the back with some green lights. However, 13 days before Christmas, a new particle effect will appear on top that is these two bars, and it fills up with blocks all the way up until it's full on the day of Christmas. And on the day of Christmas, another green light appears in the front, the Yule star. And it stays there until usually until the event is completely over. So like early next year. So it's pretty cool. These are premium skins. You have to pay for them on the cash shop and all that stuff. But it's a fun little tradition if that's something you like. Blah, blah, blah. Other skins, they have the Frostline? No, it's the man, I can't remember its name. Hold on, what is it? Operation Permafrost, I guess. Make any purchase on the Eve merch store and receive Operation Permafrost skin bundle, which these were from a previous event. So I'm not sure. There's no promise that part will return. But as far as the event sites go, we can look at the Eve Uni page for last year. There is... So basically the way that the winter event works is that there are these metaliminal storms. Metaliminal storms are these effects that normally only affect in Null Sec, and they move around, and they have a particular effect on everybody, like a weather effect on everything within it, right? And the metaliminal storms in Null Sec can be quite impactful. One of them makes it so you can't cloak at all within those systems, for example. And there's some other extra sites and opportunities in them and all that stuff. However, these are a little bit different. There is lots of these little storms throughout New Eden. According to this from last year, there was 14 in high sec, 5 in low sec, and 14 in null sec. Every day they move around. I think it's one jump. They tend to try not to backtrack on themselves. Now, the thing about the high sec ones is that at least 2 of them, I believe, are in areas of high sec that are non-contiguous with main high sec. So like places like Solitude, right? So and that's important for what comes up from this. While in the storm, you have a reduction in overheat damage and a reduction in your thermal resistance. An addition, an increase in your thermal resistance, and a reduction in your overheat damage. In other words, how much your modules take for overheating. And where was I going to go with this? So that affects everybody within the systems. And there are the special sites within those storms. So the sites that are there are combat. There's a high security, null security, and low security sites, with the low security being the hardest sites. There are these ice fields. Inside of the ice fields, you go in and mine the ice and then deposit it into this box. It's volatile, fading volatile ice. And so you mine it and then you turn it in right there for a reward. And it's also, one of the track goals, which we'll talk about. And the only things that can get into the ice belts are kind of these mining ships, right? So mining and haulers. Then there's also level 4 data sites that have 3 different, once again, there's 3 different difficulties, with the hardest one being in low sec. Now, and then there's the login rewards, right? So you can see like they got the Universalis skins and all that stuff. And the track gives other Universalis skins and cerebral accelerators. I imagine we will get the combat boosters mixed in there too this year, probably with less skins, it looks like. And then here's the big key to it, okay? There are new filaments that are only available during this time. Those filaments lead you to one of the volatile ice fields. So what this means is that this is the only time of year that there is a filament that leads you directly to high sec. That's why it's important that some of the high sec storms are not part of the contiguous high sec. Because if they were, then you could just activate one of these things to guarantee that you're going to make it to high sec. In this case, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to get to the high sec that is useful to you, right? However, this does mean also that if you're interested in getting into the content, you don't need to travel to it. Whether it be null sec, high sec, or whatever, you and your friends can all be teleported in to do this. So we did this many times where we would just get together our group of like 5 or 10 people, and we'd take a Blitzen 5 or a Rudolph 10. Sorry, yeah. And ride those in to low sec. And I ran around in a Stratios, so that way I could scan down the stuff and hack things. And it was a Newt tackle Stratios. So if I could catch something, then we could catch something. And meanwhile, everybody else roamed around, and they would do the combat sites together. And I would stay like one jump ahead and be kind of scouting around and all that stuff. And we killed a Praxis. Like, I remember one time we literally just jumped in, and there was a Praxis there, and we're like, hey, let's get him. And we did. And so, you never know what's going to happen with these things. There's also these... the Yule lads have their own gifts. The can't remember what they call them in Eve, but these are actually based on an actual Icelandic tradition. Am I missing anything? Yeah, it works great for evac from Null. That's true. Do you know if the winter filaments will work in a wormhole after they updated the other filaments to no longer work in a wormhole? I assume that they won't. You'll have to just jump out of your wormhole and then jump from there. That's my assumption. It would be. I mean, maybe they it could go either way, but the thing about event stuff, as we've seen, is that these events are allowed to kind of break the rules. It would make it so that for that time period, it was technically possible to evac your stuff that way. That said, I think that I would chances are it's going to be a no, right? Because the only filaments that work now are proving conduits and normal abyssal conduits. Hey, thanks, Zendoria. I'm glad to hear it, and we will continue to try to make videos come out at a pretty regular basis. All right, so does that wrap it up for the winter event and predictions about it? We will probably cover the winter event a little bit more. Oh, one last thing, and this is for you guys, just so you can seem smart to everybody, because that's why we learn about the lore, right? So that way we can actually people. So if anybody complains about snow in space during the wormhole event or during this event, make sure to point out to them that actually what's happening is that the metaliminal storm is creating trillions of little micro wormholes and sucking the thermal energy out of known space and drawing it into abyssal dead space, as opposed to the other metaliminal storms, which are more things spilling out into K space. So actually, that isn't snow. Those are just what trillions of tiny little micro wormholes look like. Ha! That's true, by the way. All right. Let's see. Next. Next. Actually, I'm going to do an ad break before we can jump into the next thing. All right. Let's see. I think I started one. Yeah, just started. Cool. Oh, I should have told everybody to not skip it. Boo! Yeah, it is a good explanation. Hold on, let me see if I can find it while everybody's out and about. Hey. Yeah. Since their emergence in August of YC 122, so 2020, most research into metaliminal storms has indicated that they are associated with the changes to the local cluster's space-time topology caused by Triglavian stellar manipulation. Certain storms appear to represent a leakage of abyssal dead space, environment radiation, and particles into normal space. However, Frostline's theories are suggesting that ice storms may represent a localized reduction in thermal energy, potentially caused by energy draining into abyssal dead space through quadrillions of microscopic wormholes. There you go. What about the not so snow? Look, man, I don't want to hear about it. Well, the other thing is that it is actually absorbing the thermal energy, right? So it could very well be that these structures that likely have some sort of atmosphere around them because people live in them for a lot of the time, have condensation. Now, why it's only on the top, that we leave to historians to figure out. I want to believe that the Sancha just do that in their sites just to mess with people. Like, can you imagine, like, really, we think that Sancha's heartless, but we also don't appreciate their wonderful Christmas decorations that they put out every single year. And you guys just insult it because there's no snow in space. All right. Moving on. Well, a lot of these structures are held in place by pegs, which means that they have a peg field and a gravity well around them, right? Like they have an atmosphere and it's pressurized because otherwise people wouldn't be able to live in it. But either way, I don't care. Whatever. Team security. Next topic. Team security. So this is not a change in the rules, but as they put it, it's a clarification in the rules. So we're going to just kind of tiptoe across this and see what we see. So as you might remember, in the summer, we released a team security update where we talked about RMTers, botters, frauds, and other related topics, blah, blah, blah. So they're trying to talk about some of the rules and policies to clarify and discuss the EULA and make it more clear. So again, none of this should be taken as consideration as to being considered as a change in policy. This is simply a clarification of the rules based on commonly held misconceptions, which, for the record, CCP needs to make more of these blogs about all of the things, but I digress. So, as far as account sharing, it says you may not share your account with anyone or allow anyone other than you personally or your minor child, if you've registered an account on behalf of your minor child, to access or use your account. Joint or shared ownership of, or use of an account by more than one user is prohibited. And then the rumors are, if I share an account with my beloved friend, the vigilantes from Team Security will ban me at once. Or nothing will ever happen if I share my login details with that guy I totally know and trust. So they say that in reality, account sharing is a complex topic. We do not encourage it, but it's also not something that we actively pursue. Essentially, sharing an account is not a problem for Team Security until it is. It can seem natural to trust a friend to organize your skill queue when you're away, or to get you ready for an important fight, etc. But the more people have access to your account, the higher the chance that a very unfortunate situation will occur. Account sharing can go unnoticed for many years, and there might be no issues at all. But then there have been thousands of cases when a character that was shared for many years became a source of quick cash or got into another position permanently. And this is where the problem starts, right? So this is actually an interesting point. So what they're suggesting is that if you, like, there's a lot of ideas of like, oh, you know, like I got banned because we logged in from the same IP or whatever, right? Like what they're suggesting here is that they don't actively pursue, hunt down, or seek out people who are account sharing. And it's also worth noting that they're looking at this solely from the focus of accounts being, I guess, acted upon, scammed, or destroyed by these things, stolen. But this means that this isn't like the idea of somebody sharing an account to make it so that they can run a character 24/7 or 23/7 isn't really addressed here, which I find really interesting. Whether or not they see that that's a legitimate problem, especially with some of the characters. It's maybe not necessarily as big of a problem as it used to be. Like, you know, when Alliance had a Titan within them, and so like multiple people had the credentials for the Titan character, so that way multiple people could potentially use it. The question is, would that situation be considered to be a problem in and of itself to Team Security, or does it have to result in some sort of problem within the account? So again, they show here that their focus here is on extracted accounts, extracted skill points, and hacked accounts. They said that the character with the highest number of skill points that was destroyed in August had 260 million skill points. That means, hold on. That's more skill points than Ashtarothi. That character is older than Ashtarothi, or was. Still talking about snow. Got it. ISK buying. You may not transfer, sell, or auction, or buy or accept or any offer to transfer, sell, or auction any content appearing within the game environment, including without limitation, characters, character attributes, items, currency, and objects, other than via permanent character transfer. The buying, selling, or auctioning, or other attempt at doing so of characters, character attributes, items, currency, or objectives, whether through online auctions, news groups, postings, or message boards of any other means, is prohibited by the EULA and violations of CCP's property rights in the game. So what this means is you're not allowed to, I'm not allowed to sell you my skins for cash, right? I'm not allowed to offer ISK to anybody who's a member within my YouTube channel. In fact, I'm not even allowed to do it. I'm not even allowed to give away ISK to a random person selected from the people that are subscribed to, or members to my YouTube channel, for example. I can't give a special skin to only my patrons, any of that kind of stuff. But most specifically, you're not allowed to sell ISK. It doesn't matter if it's on a forum or eBay or wherever, right? The rumors are nothing will happen to me if I buy ISK from this cool looking website, and will get a ship that I've always dreamed of. This is just another fellow player earning money by selling their excess wealth, and no one will ever know. So this is RMT. This right here is the biggest, this is one of the biggest problems in EVE. This is one of the single most destructive thing to the EVE ecosystem is RMT and its impact in each direction. So there is a legitimate way to buy ISK in EVE, which is to buy Plex and sell it for ISK. And so people should do it that way. If a website offers you a better deal, then that's probably not great. Not only is it not only are they going to potentially rip that ISK away from you, and you could potentially get in trouble for it, but in addition to that, this is a major vector for bad people to do bad things as well, depending on how it is that they decide to try to do the ISK transfer or other kind of transfer. All right. Whether the account gets hacked or the character... Oh, that's the other thing is that RMT, purchasing RMT is directly supporting hacking of accounts, because that's where the vast majority of the ISK for RMT come from. Maybe not vast majority, but we saw this problem in WoW, right? But it's good to have two-factor authentication and all that sort of stuff, but obviously accounts still get hacked, and that ends up being a major source of revenue. The other source being, bots and stuff. So effectively, if you're buying RMT, or if you're performing RMT, if you're buying ISK, you are contributing, you are rewarding the most hostile to the game things that people can do. So feel bad. And they also catch you. Player A has decided to purchase a shiny character from a shady website. He receives the character and everything seems to be perfect, except for after a couple days or weeks, his account gets banned. We inform player A that character was purchased. The character he purchased legitimately he thought had been taken from a hacked account and would be returned to the original owner. Even if player A paid thousands of dollars to the third party, the character still goes back to where it belongs. Player A left with neither money nor a new character. Womp, womp, womp. Yeah, don't buy shit through unofficial methods. Okay? That's basically the short of it. Here is the approximate number of bans issued. Actually, not as much as I would expect, right? I guess that's per day. I like this nice little orange credit card. Look at this credit card fraud hit. They figured something out. And then, as you can see, they do them. This is the thing about it, right? Like, they do these macro use bands in waves, because what they do is they determine the thumbprint, the fingerprint of the macro, and then try to hit everyone who's using it, and then make it so that it like detects it afterwards. And then, of course, you see the much more kind of constant ISK selling with only a few spikes. And these spikes are like 20 people in a day, or in this case, 80 people in a couple of days, 80 accounts. All right. Wow, bright. All right. Next, botting. But I can sell Plex for ISK, kind of disrespectful to ISK as a currency. Well, it's... Oh, well, ISK is not... No. ISK is not real money in this case. I mean, like, Icelandic kronar is, but... because ISK... You can't turn ISK into real-world value. That's the whole point. That's what it's all about. You can't cash out. Botting. You may not use your own or third-party software, macros, or stored rapid keystrokes, or any other patterns of play that facilitates acquisitions of items, currencies, objects, character attributes, rank, or status at an accelerated rate than compared with ordinary gameplay. You may not rewrite or modify the user interface or otherwise manipulate data in any way to acquire items, currency, objects, character attributes, or beneficial actions not normally acquired or achieved in the game. So, one of the things that were asked about this was... the Eve Vision? Evo Preview, I think it was. One of them, pretty popular. Where is it? Is there a... Yeah. Yeah. Evo Preview. So Evo Preview... he asked whether or not this would be allowed, as it allows you to quickly cycle between accounts. And the GM specifies that they cannot whitelist any given program, because then the program could potentially be changed. And this is something that they say all the time. And, you know, they kind of have a back and forth about it. But ultimately, it comes down to the fact that CCP won't actually... endorse any given thing, most likely than not. Now, this might have actually gone on further. I haven't read the entire thing, but that's one of the things that the discussion was. And my thought was, you know, I use what is it called? My damage meters. What are you saying about crypto? Oh my god. Shoot. Let me see if I can figure it. Why is my brain falling out of my head? Peld. I use Peld to track my DPS and all that kind of stuff, to show it on stream. And so my thought was, is that going to count? And I think that the answer to that is actually pretty firmly no, because as it says here, it's focused on the acquiring of items, currency, objects, character attributes, or beneficial actions. It's not actually allowing me to do anything new. It's just processing the information that is available to me in a different way for me, right? Which could be just as easily done it doesn't even use the client, I don't think, right? It uses just the logs. So I don't think that that would be considered a problem. Now, it's worth noting that they have a 2-strike policy, so you could just get a three-day ban, and then we all get to find out about it, right? Like the first person that gets banned for one of these more broadly used kind of add-ons, I'm sure we'll make a big stink about it. So, but specifically macro usage, botting is shit, and don't do it. And here's the thing. I'll be straight up about this, okay? Let's real talk. Botting is like one of those things that we all know is wrong, but like if our friend is doing it, we don't say anything about it, you know? Man, I have a comparison, but I don't want everybody to be like, oh my God, you're comparing it to that. But like in a little way, it's like kind of the Me Too movement and what it exposed, right? Like there was this idea of like people were behaving this way, even though it was, everybody knew that sexual harassment was wrong. But if you found out that your friend sexually harassed somebody, you'd be like, well, he's a good dude though, right? Like, so in the same way, if your friend mentions casually that they're botting, it could very well be that like you don't want to turn them in for that. You might discourage it or whatever. But let's not make it confused. Botting is terrible. Botting is extraordinarily destructive to the game. If you are like, the problem isn't, there's two problems with botting. Okay. There's the actual mechanic of the botting. The fact that it, Eve honestly has a fairly low action per minute. So it's fairly easy to bot a lot of activities. So that's not, that's not going to be protected against. But often the botting can muscle out people because it's a competitive game. Bots can muscle out other people within that same environment, right? So if I have to actively mine and other people can just bot their mining, or better yet, if somebody makes a bot for the Abyss, well, guess what? The value of Abyssal loot will go down because there are these people that are just farming it 24/7 or 23/7 with bots or whatever, right? Versus I have to actually sit there and play it in comparison, right? So another good example was emerging conduits. Emerging conduits were fantastic. Everybody loved them. They were a good time. They were good ISK, and they allowed us to theory craft in a really interesting way and compare different builds and have all kinds of different development of understanding and all that sort of stuff. And then the bots got to it, and within a week they had to basically shut them down because the bots had not only started to make ridiculous amounts of ISK for it, but it was hard for regular people to find sites because of the fact that the bots were so widespread, literally over a weekend. So it's not good, guys, and it sucks, and there is no innocent version of it, right? So I think that we should consider botting as socially abhorrent as, ISK buying or hacking an account or something like that, right? Like it is against the rules. It is a violation. But the other thing that's bad about it is not just the thing that it does to the game, but it's the logic that is behind it that ends up being toxic in and of itself, right? This idea that I have to, this is the only way I'm going to be able to fund my thing, right? I don't feel like ratting for that much time. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm just going to have a bot do it, right? Like, ultimately, there's a lot of fun activities to do in Eve, and boredom is a mechanic that tells you that you've mastered what you're doing and to move on to the next thing or increase your complexity somehow. So the giving in to that idea and relegating it to a bot not only cheapens yourself, but that very philosophy spreads and cheapens the game for everybody. Because the real answer is you should find something that you enjoy doing, right? And then figure out how to make money off of that. Preferably. All right. That's enough about that. Speaking of shifty things, let's talk about reporting. The best way to report something is still a ticket. At this time, there's no email inbox being actively monitored by team security. They only take actions with in-game reports or via support tickets. If you like to report something specific, or via support ticket if you want to report something specific. If you let us know about something shady happening, please send a ticket instead of an email. They have said many times, when in doubt, submit a report. What's going on over here? No! Cluster shut down in 5 minutes. Oh, well. Did we get everything we needed out of here? I think so. Yeah. We'll swap over to Singularity. Or Tranquility, rather. One second. Multiboxing is allowed, but not input broadcasting. Correct. Yes, faction warfare bots suck. You're not sure that APM is the right metric to use for botability. Bots are great at high APM stuff. Eve is just easy to bot because of precise positioning. That's true. That may actually not be my point. The low actions per minute actually results in bots being less detectable because the behavior of a human is similar to the behavior of a bot. But I don't know if that's necessarily a fair argument to make. So either way, the point that I had is that bots are doing things that are simple tasks that can be scaled up, I guess is the more important thing, right? That rather, not that they need a lot of fast reaction or not, but more that these are incredibly simplistic algorithms that can, rat or mine or whatever. Okay. Back on Tranquility. Let's see. Man, we got to get through this. ISK selling. You may not transfer, sell, or auction, buy, or accept any offer or transfer, sell, or auction any content appearing within the game environment, including without limited to characters, character attributes, items, currency, and objects, other than via a permitted character transfer as described in Section 3 above. You may not encourage or induce any person to participate in such a prohibited transaction, the buying, selling, or auctioning of or any type of doing so of characters, character attributes, blah, 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 blah. By any means is prohibited to the EULA and violates CCP's proprietary rights in the game. So it's just the other side of the coin, right? Like, you're not allowed to buy ISK, you're not allowed to sell ISK. You're not allowed to buy stuff, you're not allowed to sell stuff. Cheers. I will point out, so that this does come up every once in a while, that like, oh, well, but Marquis Dragon sells stuff on his store. That's the difference. So if something is like a code that's outside of game that then gets redeemed, that could potentially get sold. Now, what does that mean for things like scope skins? I think that we probably are not allowed to do that just in general, but that could be, but that's another example of something that's done via code. All I'm saying is that there are things outside of the game that are purchased for the game that is transferable, like the stuff from the Eve Second Decade collector's edition box, right? Like you could theoretically sell that for cash, or at least a resale area, a place that's allowed to sell the collector's edition would probably be able to sell the rewards from it, just like Marquis did or does. Selling a character on a third-party website is not RMT. Well, what? No, it is. I'm just going to skip over this because mostly because we've already talked quite a bit, and I think we covered a lot of this stuff in the above section. Compromised transactions. There's a high chance that the buyer will claim back the price that they paid for a character with a chargeback. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Somebody, if you do sell something to somebody, they could always charge back the account and take their money back, and then nobody's going to be able to do anything about it because you were doing something already against the rules. Compromised hardware. Earlier we established that sold characters will most likely be extracted sooner or later. This actually is something that I've seen a few times, is that like somebody will sell an account and then just take it back one day. Confiscated ISK and remaining on permanently banned accounts. I'm really confused by this. I guess, does this mean that they gave out a lot of the ISK that was kept in permanently banned accounts and then they got a lot of it back? Or is this how much was gained per month? I'm not sure if I understand what that sound was. What's going on? Why? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Did my mouse finally die? Hold on. Ugh. Uh-oh. Well, rest in peace, I guess. Oh. Ah! Sorry, guys. Let me see. Let me see what I can do. I should have another mouse somewhere around here. I'll go steal my son's for now. I'll be right back. You know what? I'm going to play an ad. So everybody watch the ad. Enjoy your ad. Oh yeah, I can't run an ad because I have no mouse. Wait. Ow! Oh! Day of 1,000 cuts. Can I do this? Yes! All right. I'll be back. All right. We good? We good? I scooch back in there. Does this work? It works. It works, guys. Okay. There goes my keyboard. Okay, keyboard's still working. Your PC needs to be restarted to finish setting up devices. All right, whatever. We're going to try to power on through this. All right. What's next? Shh. Shh. All right. I don't know what just happened. So actually, here's the thing, okay? The secret is this morning, it happened again where right as the stream was starting, I accidentally knocked this coffee over. But this time it kind of landed on the mouse. But it looked like it was doing okay. I might have killed my mouse. So, neat. That's it for the security update. Good luck, editors. And by that, I mean me and maybe Ardenika. Yep, that's it for the security update. Let's move on. Jesus. Permaban is now on Spotify. Excellent. So before I do the lore thing, though, I do want to talk about one more thing. I do want to talk about one more thing. Now, our good friend of the channel, Solstice, put out a video today. Now, I was going to show more on Singularity. Fuck. Maybe it'll be back up by the time I get there. So he has posted a definitive guide of how to quickly warp out. Now, I have always said that radial menu is like an easier way of performing, say, a warp out or whatever than keyboard shortcuts. One of my biggest complaints is the number of precise movements that you have to do to select your target and then select the warp out. Now, he's taken this one step further, and through a little bit of preparation, you can basically make your warp out order be almost instantaneous. I just noticed something funny. Hold on a second. Before we get into that, I just noticed something funny. No. Open image in new tab. So, why does this skin have the play button from the we were just talking about how they sometimes have the wrong particle effects on these skins. Why does this have the Galnet Dreamcast skin particle effect in the picture? That's excellent. The new skins aren't related to the lore at all. They are. Well, I mean, so one of the things is that a lot of the new skins that have come out, this is a way that they introduce factions, right? Like the first time we ever saw the Vimoksha Chorus was a reference in the True Deliverance skins. I don't know if I can think of any other examples off the top of my head, but this is our Red Claw Sable. Like they use skins to introduce things. So yeah. GM's baiting. She would never. So this is the definitively quickest way to initiate warp by Solstice. Make sure to thumb it up. I'll read the thing because he just types it. You create a new window, which he means like a new folder in your peoples and places where your saved locations are. You then save your destination as a saved location or bookmark, or you put a saved bookmark into that new folder, right? So now that folder has one location in the system with you. Then you open a window by dragging it out of the box. Or, I guess double clicking on it? I don't know. And then he puts it, this is the key, okay? This is the part that needs to be paid attention to. And now I'm blocking it. He drags it into this lower right-hand corner down here, such that it is the bottom section of his window. The bookmark itself needs to be partially hidden by the corner of your screen because he needs it so that the very bottom few pixels are absolutely the bookmark, right? Your overview can be adjusted as necessary. And now, okay, a catalyst warps in, right? So here we go. And boom. One more time. So basically, he is doing the radial menu. He does the radial menu thing, but he basically, because it's in his corner, he can just move the mouse as hard as he can to the lower right, right click, and then to the top left, and then he warps. And that is, it doesn't matter where you are in the screen. It doesn't matter what else is going on. If you do that gesture, you're going to warp at range to that bookmark, which is really, really cool. I think it's a good idea. Now, I have multiple monitors, so to the lower right it would actually flow into another monitor, so I'd have to use probably the lower left, but it's a pretty darn clever idea. And this is what reminded me of the fact that we can I wanted to show you more stuff on Sissy. On Singularity, there is now multiple overviews, which is fucking fantastic. So you could, in theory, have use this kind of thing with that sort of situation as well, but I do like the idea of using it with a saved bookmark. You could also do it rather than having this bookmark in space. You could actually have your location in system with you open and there, and as long as you have only the one location there, then it would work. Or you just go to the top location, whichever. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Thank you for sharing that with us. All right. Are we totally done with all the other stuff? Yeah, so the way it works is, let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I can actually get out of the station right now. The multiple overviews is very cool. But that still doesn't solve, like, your solution is still really good though, right? Because a bookmark is not on your overview. So the warp to is a gesture to the top left, right? But if I was to put this... Oh, I see. If I put it in the right-hand side, then it'll be harder for me to... No, because you can still just go. But not even that. If I just open up my locations in space. See, this is my problem. My locations in space is a zero dock. All right, well, there we go. So if I put this here, now it's like, oh shit, down to, oh no, I have another problem, which is my Windows bar. Let's see. Yeah, I'd have to, I can't, my taskbar is going to mess it up. Let me put it over here. Oh, now, yeah, you could kind of do that. I would have to set up my stuff a little bit because of the other impacts of my screen, like the Windows bar and stuff. But these are fixable. Yeah, the local underneath the overview. Anything that gets people to use the radial menu, in my opinion. Oh, the Windows blocking the in-game screen, but I was only doing stuff in the corner, so it shouldn't have mattered really, to be fair. All right, so that was cool. Let me check one more time to see if Sissy's up, and then if not, we will just jump directly into the lore stuff. Oh, I'm downloading something. Let's go look at that. "10 minutes ago. What do we get? 15 strings. Decoder packages. Oh, I see. They put a lot of the information about where to find it and all that sort of stuff and what to do with it in the description of the item. I like that. Whoa. Oh. Okay, so battlefields are 30 man. I don't know if that was, I don't know if people were specifying that before, but I think that, no. I think that this was already on Tranquility. This is just updating Singularity. Because if I go to the client comparisons, I bet you we won't see it. Although we see all the other strings. Oh, no, I do see it. Interesting. What is this? Ooh. Are those the same or are they better? I think they look better. These are the ranks for faction warfare. Are those the same? I think they look better. I don't think this is what they look like originally, the Mimitar ones. All right. But that's not the point. Let's see if I can connect. New Corp sigils? No. Those are faction warfare ranks.
Connecting.
Okay. Well then.
Warp drive active.
Let me dock up in this account and then I'll Switch back to the other one. Oh yeah, somebody decided to reinforce our structures, so we're going to have to deal with that. If anybody wants to help me, go ahead and contact me. But I think we have plans. Oh, I say that, and then it doesn't even show it. There it is.
Docking request accepted.
Definitely higher res. That's what I thought. Okay, now we are back on Singularity. And I really wanted to show this off to you guys. So, I have these 3 tabs, right? Now, I can add a new tab, which is now here, as opposed to like a thing. But I can call it, let's call it targets. Right? And I'm going to filter for target capsuleer all. Sure. Show all brackets. Oh man, I love that that's already a thing. And then I can choose to put it in a new window or not. We're not going to do that yet. So now I've got this target window that is only going to show me actual targets, right? So I could go here and now I can go and right click on a tab and I can edit what columns are available on each tab, right? So maybe on this target, on my target window, I'm going to want to see, you know, some of these more combat specific stats like velocity, transversal, and angular more up front. Whereas on my normal general tab, I might have stuff like the corporation or the alliance of the person up front. Some windows might not even have to have a tag, right? Like, let's take our Warp 2 tab, right? A lot of this stuff is completely erroneous. So let's go ahead and just put in the type is not really necessary. It's not going to go anywhere. We do need a tag. Can we adjust? Oh, change order. So now tag is up there, and that should be about it. And then I can go like this. Now, the thing is that this is a lot of space, and I need all that space for all the information on my like general tab or whatever, but I don't need it on my Warp 2 tab. I just kind of want this small little thing that allows me to do my Warp 2 tab. Here, I'll pull it over here so that way the chat doesn't get in the way. So I can right click on it, and I can go to Move to Tab, New Window. Pop. Look at this shit! So now I have all of my Warp 2 locations right there. And my Targets tab can have tag and size and transversal and angular. But and then once again, put tag at the top. I really think that tag should always be on by default. Like, people should have to shut off tag because people don't know what tags are. And then somebody starts, like, broadcasting tags. There it is. So there you go. Now I've got the 2 different overviews. I could even have this be like down here. Or I could have this be down here, you know? and this be over here. I could even have, check it out. I could even have another tab. Oh, also you can do bracket filtering separately now. So like I can go here and I can say bracket filter, show all brackets. So now it doesn't matter what tab I'm on, show all brackets is turned on. Thank you. But let's say I make a new tab and I call this friendlies. And then I go to target caps layer all in new window. So here's this. But I want friendly fleet. So now, and I might, can I customize this? I guess I could just right click. Remove from warp to tab, remove from friendlies tab. So now, and you could even take off the star. So now I have this cool overview that this is just my allies, right? And it could even go like right next to my now huge 100-man watch list. So I can have all my friendlies here, all my hostiles here. I don't have to scroll between them or get them confused or anything. And then I have my warp to down here. That is legit. What are tags? As an FC, you can tag different things. Like you can tag things A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. So it's usually done in like PvE to help control the fleet. So that way, like the FC will tag the rats in order of what order to kill them. Or like some people will tag an X. Oh, I didn't put out a ping about going live today? I thought I did. Shit. Well, I suck. I knew I missed something. Yeah, Dscan. This doesn't give you any new information. It just allows you right now. Everything that you want to know about has to be on one overview. So, like my overview is really cluttered because I don't actually like to switch between tabs because I'll forget what tab I'm on or I won't realize that I'm not seeing something, right? So now I can actually use my other tabs. I can have a tab for mining and a tab for, PvP or whatever, and I can still have a separate window where all of my friendlies are separate and they're alphabetized, so they're not moving in position. Or I could even sort them by type, right? So that way all my guardians are in one place. Or what have you. But the point is, or my warp out, right? I always try to have all of the stuff on my warp out on my normal overview. So because I don't want to switch to a different tab. I don't want to be trying to, when I'm trying to get out, I don't want to have to be switching a tab in order to try to figure out how to do that. So I always have all of them on the same overview as my targets and everything like that. So having it be down here, now I can like have it be pre-selected which one I want. And I assume that like setting a destination just like normal, it should probably move it to the top. Or it being broadcasted will move it to the top. Just need to be able to move windows out of client screen. Yeah. No, I haven't. I haven't played those. All right. I'm going to do, we've got about one more hour. We're going to go into the world news today. The New Eden news rather. I'm going to try to stream again today, this week, or maybe record something because I really want to go into like more lore analysis. But at the very least, I want to be able to go over these two news posts with you guys. So we are going to do that next. You're struggling to figure out how to show them in space. You show all brackets. So in the old system, you would just go to the cheeseburger or the dots, and you would go to show all brackets. But now you would right click on the tab and change to the bracket filter to show all brackets. Nix, if you heard that, let me know. Otherwise, I'll explain it once everybody's back. Syndicate War. I've heard of it, but I never actually played it. Nixie Bree, are you back yet? First time comment here. Great tip with the overview. Greetings from Cold as Pack, Sweden. Thank you, dude. You're the best user. That's awesome. I appreciate it. You can stretch one client over 2 monitors, but that still like blocks other things. All right. Well, we'll just move on. Hey, Steve. Nixie, did you get that though? While I'm pulling it up. Okay. Oh, yeah. You just have to show all brackets. Okay. I know I've said okay several times. Thank you. All right. We're going to start with yesterday's news. Celebrations in Mimitar Republic after shutdown of stellar transmuter in Egmar and Vard. Pator Hemitar. Oh, sorry. Celebrations in Mimitar Republic after shutdown of stellar transmitters in Egmar and Vard. Praetor Hemitar. Successful efforts to shut down the prototype stellar transmuter in Egmar and Vard have been met with celebrations across the Mimitar Republic. Samatar Malatu Shakur has hailed the efforts of the Mimitar engineers, Republic fleet units, and the fighters of the Tribal Liberation Force for their, quote, tremendous service to the 7 tribes of Mitar, end quote. Following over 2 weeks of desperate efforts since the extreme stellar event in Turner, the captured stellar transmuter in Egmar and Vard were safely shut down, with Republic science and engineering teams reporting no signs of lasting disruption to the stars of each system. Republic fleet forces were also able to maintain secure occupation of the transmuter sites due to the ongoing control of the system by Mimitar militia forces. Well-placed sources within Shakur's government indicates that monitoring of the Turner star emissions and the effects of local space-time in the run-up, through, and after the stellar event helped guide the Republic's engineering teams. Mimitar research efforts were also considerably bolstered by militia and loyalist capsuleers recovering large quantities of valuable data on the stellar transmitters. The scope has been told that there are indications that Amar efforts were focused on, quote, stellar engineering in an attempt to create new wormhole pathways, possibly connecting all 3 test locations. One Republic source has also stated that, quote, that the, quote, partial Amar success in Turner was clearly achieved without regard for the cost and should be interpreted as an attempt to pave the way for large-scale invasions of the Republic, end quote. The Amar Empire has made no comment on these claims. Federal militarization of the Intaki system questioned by former presidential candidates. Intaki, placid. Former presidential candidates Shaleen Ramnev and Suvio Belleron have publicly questioned the apparent militarization of the Intaki system as further infrastructure projects are being undertaken by the Federation Navy following the invasion and liberation of the system. The appearance of Stargate construction and naval station projects in particular have raised fears of constant military presence. Former Arcurio mayor and strong runner-up of the YC-122 presidential election, Shaleen Ramnev, has stated her, quote, unequivocal support for the removal of the Intaki system and people from a position that they should never have been in, but has expressed her concerns that, quote, further military provocation by the Federation in the Intaki system will simply repeat a cycle of conflict between Galente, Caldari, and Intaki in another guise, end quote. Senator Suvio Belleron, representing the federal subdistrict covering the city of Lenioka on the Intaki Prime, has been more critical and singled out President Celis Agard for some harsh words. Quote, were the federal senates for the Intaki system consulted before the invasion? Yes. Did we consent to the action? Yes. With some misgivings. Simply to see our people freed from constant warfare under the absurd militia system. But did we agree to a permanent federal military presence? No, we did not. President Agard is quick to offer reassurances and make deals, but time and again, we've seen that the Federation's president will break all agreements, new or old. What's the basis for lasting security is that? End quote. Reports of federal Marines expanding their presence beyond the control of Kenta Yavat transorbital launch facility has also led to protests by many sections of the Intaki diaspora. While Intaki separatists have increased their political agitation following the invasion, the largest protest by far has come from the Intaki autonomists advocating maximum Intaki independence within a looser voluntary federation. The Intaki autonomists protests have been joined by many across the Federation's society, forming a core which many liberal and regionalist Galente citizens have been willing to support. In other news, heavy fighting in Huala and Carmornan frontline systems in Amar Mimitar war zone. Amar Privy Council reportedly considering proposals to further development of stellar transmitters. Federation Marines raid suspected Serpentis drugs laboratories in the Arcat Mountains in Taki Prime. State Protectorate pincer attacks bring widespread destruction to Aldranet and Oix systems. Caldari megacorporations cancel all corporate security leave as CEP meets on new Caldari Prime. Intaki Syndicate representatives escorted from Placid to Syndicate space by DED Special Forces. Concord Assembly deadlocked by competing proposals on reform of Emergency Militia War Powers Act. Intaki Space Police increases security patrols in ZTAC 6 NQ6 constellation as station militias mobilize. Federation Navy refuses to comment on Intaki Gate construction project or status of a Mignon Gate. Theology Council holds court hearings across throne worlds on status of heterodox theologians. Rumors sweep Matar of secret meeting between Generals Kenneth Filmer and Krill Ifrit. Quaif Company denies conflict of interest created by extensive holdings in Syndicate region. House Sorum gifts fusion generators to Amatar Mandate as new Artichoper building program announced. New clashes between Angel Cartel and rival gangs as smuggling networks reroute around militarized zones. And that is it for the news for November 21st, YC-124. A couple of things to note before we move on. First of all, I find it very interesting that the Mimitar did successfully shut it down. and the Mimitar and the Amar were attempting to make connections in wormholes. So this is really brings home one of the major questions, right? And this is one of those questions I'm not sure if we're going to get a good answer for, especially on the Gallente Caldari side. We're going to ask it again. But, okay, great. It is very clear that our actions are impacting the story. But what's funny is that we've actually gone like full bore now, right? Like, it used to be kind of a game, right? Like, if you bring in this much resources, then you get the gate, or you don't get the gate, right? It's very straightforward. It's very understandable. The thing is that we actually don't know what would have happened if Egmar and Vard had not been caught or captured. We don't know what would have happened if the Mimitar hadn't have completed their research technology. We don't know what would have happened if the Gallente seized the Surthuld constellation at the beginning of the event in the same way that the Mimitar seized the Egmar and Vard systems, right? Like, all we know is that what's happening now are direct consequences of how that all played out. And that's pretty cool. But especially with the news that came out today, which would be the day after this news, it becomes kind of wild to try to figure out what is scripted versus not. So either way, Federation militarization of Intaki system. Here's actually a good one. So is the Intaki system gate there because we failed to build the one in Surthud? Like, they already have the gate in Amignon. Is it that they failed that, and so now they're redirecting it to Intaki? Which brings up the interesting point of, Spoons looked at it beforehand while it was being built, and he believed that it did not point to Athenoon. It pointed towards Intaki, and we always thought that. So, was this the plan all along? Was the invasion of Intaki the plan all along? Like, I think I talked in a previous episode, and I will later when we go deeper into Intaki on another day, but like, Celis Agard has a history with the Intaki people and with, providing security towards the border systems. She herself being Yin Mei, which is kind of the other side. So, was it always about Intaki? What would have happened if we had taken Athenoon? Would we have gotten that gate and not gotten Intaki gate? Would Intaki not have been captured? I assume that those would have been, like, that was done for the sake of, like, shaping the war zone in the expansion. But, like, is it? And again, we'll see more about that in the next day's news. The other thing I want to point out is that Senator Suvio Belleron is a very suspicious guy to come up. So he is, he represents the city of this city on Intaki Prime. So he is a senior senator from Intaki, right? But here's the thing: Suvio Belleron is the guy who made the Belleron bill. So in 2011, he attempted to abolish capital punishment, and then after the Yinmei Civil War, he proposed another bill to ban capital punishment, and this became such a big deal that, like, the protesters and counter-protesters had violent clashes about it, and the reborn Intaki senator punched Suvio Belleron in the face, in his nose during one of the debates. So it was controversial even from the beginning, and Rodin chose to just pocket it and not actually make a decision either way. So then when Celis Agard was elected, she kind of sat on it and did, like, committees to research it for a while. And then in the end, because of the support of the Intaki, she was able to veto it and still get the funding that she needed for her infrastructure bill. Another random weird thing about all of this is that the reason why Celis Agard lost the presidency in 2011 to Rodin was largely blamed on the fact that Intaki at the time was held by the Caldari state and therefore were not allowed to vote. So the Intaki being unable to support Celis Agard is why she was not elected and Rodin was. So this stuff goes back. And more importantly, Suvio Belleron and his growing negative opinion of Celis Agard is also got some history to it. So don't necessarily suspect that this is like 100% unbiased, if that makes sense. Personal attacks don't belong in civilized debate. I mean, that's true. All right. I do like the fact that they're focusing on the war zone, like they're telling us where the front lines are, and that's kind of cool. So remember the Conid were doing surveying of one of their AO blue stars, and Lidai linked up with them to help them. So Lidai being the Caldari Mega Corporation. So watch that space, I guess. Now, this is what got me to fall off a cliff yesterday. Arcat Mountain. So first of all, when you start paying attention to the relationship between the Serpentis, the Intaki, the Syndicate, and all these different things, it becomes a clusterfuck. That's why I wasn't able to piece everything together quite yet, because it's all just so much about, you know, the Intaki Syndicate and all that kind of stuff. But that's not even the crazy part here, right? The crazy part is that Arcat Mountains. So I googled Arcat Mountains, right? The thing is that Arcat Mountains comes up with several results. One of them is the fact that the Eve soundtrack. Whoa. That was louder than I expected. Okay, this isn't really it. There we go. People who have listened to Eve Reader podcasts will probably recognize it. This one. Yeah, it is a really good track. So that is Arcat Mountain, okay? However, if you Google Arcat Mountain, you get the song, you get this Reddit post where CCP, I don't remember who that is, but the mountain from Game of Thrones, who's Icelandic, came to the place, and so they took this picture with him and they called it Arcat Mountain, which tells me that this is obviously a cultural thing within the Eve universe. They can just refer to it, you know, same as the song, which leads me to this. Mountain trees are similar to that of home trees. The difference between that The difference being that they are not used by the Na'vi to establish a home or a tribe for living space. Instead, these trees exist outside of the isolated home trees. Mountain trees can be normally found in the rows living alongside other mountain trees. However, rarely are they grouped as few are. One such geological site to see a true grouping of mountain trees is that of the Arcat Mountains. So, now timing goes that the Arcat Mountains, Eve's Arcat Mountains, had to have existed first, right? But at the same time, I think that we can confirm the next crossover event. You know, they have a new avatar, the water thing. It's coming out. So, you know, clearly this is, I don't know, man. Maybe if that happens, then, that'd be pretty funny, actually. So yeah, that's yesterday I tweeted that about like what? ACAT. Sorry, you're right. ACAT. ACAT Mountains. I don't know why I put an R in there. It's ACAT Mountains. They're both ACAT. No, I copied and pasted it. I got them wrong. Yeah, Avatar Waterbender, exactly. I just pronounced it wrong, but at the time, I just copied and pasted it because I didn't know what was what. All right, either way, that madness aside. Also, I can't find any other references to it being used in the news, I don't think. Let me actually just double check that one more time. Oh, yeah, that's right. There is a couple of times the ACAT Mountains are mentioned. Here we go. Oh, okay, never mind. Here we go. The threat of serious warfighting was at its highest level when OB and LDPS forces broke out in fortified positions in the Kanta Yavat transorbital launch facility in the foothills of the northern Akat Mountains. So that I'm glad that we looked this up. Where was the yeah, see, look. So this report, expanding their presence beyond the control of the Kanta Yavat transorbital launch facility, is related to this because the ACAT Mountains are the launch facility in question is in the foothills of the ACAT Mountains. That's kind of cool. Now, this is also when the state was fighting over Intaki once they took control of it, which is another piece of the Intaki news or lore. This is where Lidai managed to steal their tech that they turned into subcranial nanocontrollers. Let's see. Oix has been an amazing war zone recently, by the way. Faction warfare has been great on all levels. Hey, thanks, Bogdan. The Intaki Syndicate representatives, foreshadowing, we'll talk about that. Deadlocked for proposal of reform of Emergency Militia War Powers Act. So that means that CCP is leaving it in their back pocket to change the faction warfare system again. And by that, I mean, like, chances are when the allegiance system comes out, that will be the conclusion of this little shtick. A cat means the plural of an offensive woman. Oh, man. Intaki Space Police. Oh, yeah, it's French. That's right. No, okay. That, ironically enough, might actually mean something. Oh, Finnish. No, Finnish. Finnish is Caldari. Caldari or Finnish? Weird. Anywho, Federation of Navy refuses to comment on Intaki Gate construction project or status of a Mignon Gate. Theology counts, and we do assume that these gates are connected, but at this point, there's been a lot of misdirection recently, right? So who knows? Theology Council courts hold hearings across throne worlds on status of heterodox. Yeah. Kenneth Filmer and Krillifrit. Kenneth Filmer is, I think, the leader of the Mimitar's militia, and Krillifrit is the leader of the resistance inside of Skarkon, if I remember correctly. I gotta move on too, so. Yeah. Kumatar Krillifrit was in Skarkon when it got taken. So yeah, Krillifrit is the dude that's running the show in the resistance in Skarkon. Really? I hate it when that happens. Like for some reason the search will pull up something even if it doesn't like relate. Ah, well, whatever. Where was I? Oh my gosh. Oh, here it is. Quake Company denies conflict of interest with extensive holding in Syndicate region. Again, foreshadowing. House Sorum gives fusion generators to Amatar mandate as new Artishipper building programs announced. This is really interesting. Once again, it's the relationship between House Sorum and House Artishipper becoming more and more solidified. House Sorum being one of the most militant, House Artishipper being one of the most, like, pious, religiously zealous is probably maybe a good word. Puritan. Puritan's probably the better word. Either way, so the Amatar mandate falls under Artishipper, and Artishipper has been pretty friendly to the Amatar mandate for a while. In fact, the attacks, the EOM attacks really was initiated, or rather, I should say, what's his name? Chuckade was really inflamed by the fact that the Artishipper elevated the one of the Amatars to be governor, or a holder, I think it was, which makes it the first non-Amar to be, or the first member of the Amatar to actually be elevated to an actual office rather than just kind of be an underling. New clashes between Angel Cartel and rival gangs as smuggling networks reroute and around militarized zones. Probably related to the Deathless, at least, if not just the Sekal clan or whatever. And could be related to this increased Serpentis activity in Intaki, right? Or it being called out. So they're rerouting around the militarized war zones. There's so much military presence that the smugglers are having to go around it. That's it. Ready? Breaking news. Caldari State takes control of Syndicate Constellation. DS TAC M4Q Constellation. Syndicate. Caldari State forces have taken full control of the constellation of DS TAC M4Q, according to reports from the Syndicate region. The dramatic move appears confirmed and within the apparent agreement of the Intaki Syndicate, following an emergency update to the Concord Assembly's Register of Sovereignty at the request of the Intaki Syndicate's ambassador to Concord. Caldari Navy units have established significant bridgeheads in the DS TAC M4Q constellation and has begun rapid construction of new infrastructure. apparently including a number of stations in the system such as UM-TAC Q7F and OEK-TAC NJ. Unconfirmed reports indicate that the Intaki Syndicate permitted some limited constructions ahead of the occupying force, seemingly preparatory to the Caldari move. See, we probably could have been able to find that, but we didn't. Executive General Heike Torigo has been given command authority over the force establishing Caldari presence, building on her experience with the successful Surthrood campaign in Placid. Chairman Akima Saraki has addressed the Caldari state. I'm trying to remember how CCP pronounced it. Quote, Caldari Navy forces executed this operation with the full cooperation of the Intaki Syndicate. On behalf of the Chief Executive Panel, I have signed a treaty of protection with the Intaki Syndicate as negotiated with the wise partnership of the Governor Silfi and Diabel of Poidat. The Caldari state undertakes to secure the ongoing independence of the station owners and system governors of the Intaki Syndicate, in return for which we have been granted colonial rights in the system of DS-TAC M4Q constellation. The systems of the DS-TAC M4Q constellation. Although seemingly taken by surprise by the Federation Navy's invasion and liberation of Intaki and 10 other Placid systems, the Caldari state has shown itself to be able to craft a swiftly and equally surprising response by taking advantage of the Syndicate's clear belief that it is under imminent threat from the Federation. The state's new protectorate constellation gives a foothold in Null Sec regions close to the Placid region it has so long contested for control with the Federation. Federation authorities appear to be calm in response to this surprise move by the state, and has so far kept to the long-established line of the, quote, eternal politics and security of the Syndicate region is a matter for the Intaki Syndicate, end quote. A flurry of diplomatic activity before the state's forces moved into DS-TAC M4Q has some observers speculating that the Federation has declined to dispute the move to avoid an escalation of direct confrontation with the large Caldari expeditionary fleet assembled in Samanuni. So, this is a big one, guys. This is big on a lot of different levels. This is huge on a lot of different levels. So, let's talk about this a little bit from like a lore point of view, okay? What happened here? Well, at the beginning of Uprising, the Galente invaded and took the constellations that contained and was adjacent to Intaki. This also gave them control leading up to the doorstep to Intaki Syndicate area, okay? In fact, let's look at how close these two systems, how close these two things are. If we open up our map, F10, and we go to, what was it? DS-TAC M. Oh, I already have it saved. So, this is the DS-TAC M4Q constellation. Now, I've checked. Every single system that it's adjacent to is sovereignty of the Syndicate, right? Including this constellation, right? So the adjacent constellation, here's Caldari space. You can see, it's still Null Sec. This is what's cool. It's still Null Sec, but it's now owned by the Caldari state. This is because the security of the system has to do with control of Concord, not control of the Empire. But this does make it the only sovereignty that is owned by one of the core empires that is not high or low security. So it's the very first time that a empire has encroached into Null Sec. And that is profoundly interesting for a lot of different things, not just Amar's forceful invasion, upcoming and impending forceful invasion of Stain. But so you have Poidat here. Poidat is not just the only named system in Syndicate. It also happens to be basically the home system of the Intaki Syndicate, being ran by a lady named Silfi, who has an interesting story and another piece of that Intaki lore update that I'd like to give you. But she's got connections. She's connected. Her childhood friends. She's childhood friends with the Serpati family, so she knows both the head matron, Salvatore, I think Serpati, and V Serpati, that's the head matron of the Sisters of Eve and the head of the Serpentis, which you may not know are brothers and sisters. So, or brother and sister, I think adopted, but they're not really big fans of each other. And now Sylphie is not a big fan of, or sorry, yeah, the Reverend, Salvatore, the sister, also now doesn't like Sylphie. She refers to her brother as King Serpent, and now has taken to referring to her as Queen Sylphie of the Syndicate or something like that, which to her is kind of a snide response. Either way, my point is that this, hold on, spoilers, or was it? No. Here it is. Got it. All right. So this area by the Caldari state, right? The thing about this is, if you go here, hold on. Which one is it? Shit. Sorry. If we go to Intaki, here we go. So Intaki, or the constellation with Intaki, I should say. Man, I got this earlier today, and now I can't find it. Oh, that's because I'm looking in the wrong way. Yeah. So you've got this. This is the constellation. This is one of the two constellations that the Gallente seized, I'm pretty sure. And this one definitely is, because this is the one with Intaki. So yeah, this constellation, including Austingale, you go one more jump, right? God damn it. No, it's Harul. You go to Harul, one jump into the Syndicate, and then one further jump to get to UM-Tech Q7F, which is part of the Caldari state. So now this system here, it functions as like the bridging point between the space that was taken by the Caldari and the space that was taken by the Gallente, which I believe is these two. And of course, in the middle here is the path to Poidot. So chances are this is going to become a new hotbed of activity, or this is going to be kind of one of the proxy wars in the upcoming Gallente Caldari we'll call it the third Gallente Caldari war, right? Like control over this area. They could even potentially add this in as new faction warfare area if they wanted to. But I suspect that this is going to be one of those things that, depending on what we do, may control the overall fate of the Syndicate region, as the Gallente want to pull them in, and the Caldari occupy it to protect the Syndicate, basically the state functioning as a rallying point for various rebel groups to the Galente Federation, right? Like other groups that have split off from the Galente. Intaki fried your children? Is that close enough to Intaki, to Sino into Intaki? I'd have to look it up. But it is certainly like within jump. Yeah, it's got to be. Hold on. Isn't there a way to do that from here? I think I have to be in a jump capable ship, don't I? Or is it not even a thing? I don't know. There is a way to see your jump range, but I think it only happens if you're in a jump capable ship. And I'd have to be in this system, I think. But either way, yeah. It's kind of interesting though, isn't it? Like, because here's a goes, Intaki, and then furthermore, down here, is this it? No, this isn't even it. Yeah. So this is the Pegalar constellation, which has also been very important recently in the news, or not recently, but like over the last few years. So there's Ugalis, which is, again, you can watch my video on the Ugalis situation to get more information about that. So we've got Ugalis constellation, then we've got the Intaki constellation, and then we've got the Caldari constellation, and they're that close to each other. So this area right here is going to be the place to watch when it comes to the state and the Federation and their conflict with one another. And to me, it seems obvious that they're really jockeying for something else, right? Like these are positions that they're trying to get. So that way, my guess has been that they eventually want to go after well, there's the Surthrud constellation too. So yeah, you've got Pegalar, and then immediately goes into hold on. Where's Surthrud? We were just there. Oh, it's up there. So there's a constellation still between them. But this is all Galente space. Very interesting indeed. And then this is just Sovnol. That's just pure blind at that point. Intaki is not a megacorp. What? No, the Intaki is, I mean, it's a people. It's a race. Yeah, it does feel like we're still being kept in the dark about some of the true purposes to all of this, right? It's worth noting that the other side of the coin is happening around here, right? Like, come on. Here's the Turner. Here's Turner. And over here is Syndicate. So it's like literally on opposite sides of Galente's space, honestly. Right? Because this whole area in the middle is Galente. There is the Amar down here. And there's the Mimitar up here. Here. Their coloration is really odd. Like, why aren't the Galente green and the Caldari blue and the... Anyway, whatever. So the Mimitar are here and the Amar down here. So this is their war zone in between, including Turner. And then the Solitude stuff is over here. Now, one of the interesting things about this is that this area right here in between, isn't this the Trace Cosmos? Don't they say that on here? I thought they said it on here. Let me find it real quick, see if I can figure it out. All of my chats are gone. Hold on. When will Mordu weigh in? Yeah. So Mordu is also caught up in all of this. Since Mordu's Legion was originally basically a bunch of Intaki. I had to be zoomed in, yeah. But I was. There it is. So yeah. Right in this area. Oh, that's right. Hold on. There it is. That's what it was. I'm wrong. So this area up here, see this blank spot between Syndicate and Solitude? There's actually a phenomena there known as the Court of the Elements. And down here, below Solitude, is the Trace Cosmos. Interestingly enough, the closest thing is Sovereignty of the Amar, and that gate kind of crosses through the Trace Cosmos. There is a Galente observation post, I think it is. Is it in here? I don't actually know where the Trace Cosmos is visible off the top of my head. Let me go look real quick. GERE. So yeah, from this system, you can see the Trace Cosmos clearly. And it looks like this. In fact, hold on. There's a video recording I made. Now, these are all sped up. So that's the Eve Gate. So this is the Court of the Elements. And this is the Trace Cosmos. This is why I had to find the video of it, because an image just doesn't do it justice. I think I get another picture of the Trace Cosmos, don't I? Yeah. It's really cool. It's got little wormholes propping up in all over the place. But either way, the Court of the Elements and the Trace Cosmos are it really sculpted the formation of Syndicate and the Serpentis area. What is it? Shoot. Solitude and Syndicate. That's right. So, yeah. And it's worth noting that these were all part of the landmarks that were updated a couple of years ago. In fact, what did the YouTube video say? 1 year ago, April 7th, 2021. And just so you guys can see it, because it looks like some people might not have seen these before. This is also the Pool of Radiance, which is inside of Sancha territory. This is actually visible from another system. And then this is the Eve Gate again. Anywho. Just a little additional fun fact. So yeah, it's going to be worth noting, or it's going to be worth watching. But my question is, you were living in the Syndicate pocket that the Chord's landmark was in at the time? That's cool. The question that I have is, how much of all of this has been because of us? How much of it has been sculpted by us? How much of it has been playing out? Because we're dealing with forces that are bigger than us, right? The empires are bigger than any given capsuleer or even capsuleer groups. They can pull off stuff that we can't. And they also are above Concord rather than under Concord. So these are all really important. But how much are we influencing this story? Because it really starts to be like, well, did they invade Intaki as hard as they did because of the fact that we didn't get the Surthud constellation? Is the Magnon Stargate now going to point to Intaki? Was it always the purpose? How does this relate to Solitude? And most importantly, here's the thing. Changing a faction warfare systems to non-faction warfare systems was pretty damn radical. But the Caldari state taking Null Sec systems changes the game completely, right? This is now a thing that can happen. This brings us one step closer to that idea of bringing the front lines and faction warfare kind of systems to the pirate factions as well. This is one step closer. This is a peaceful negotiation, but then when the Amar invade Stain, we're going to see a militarized version of that, right? Which, by the way, they've been moving capitals in position to be able to do that. So, I don't know anymore, man. Like, I couldn't tell you what would have happened, how much of this would have happened, and how much of it would have happened differently if we had managed to seize control of Alphanoon and hold it and take it for the Galente, right? Chances are it would have been different, and it seems pretty significantly different if you think about it, because each piece is playing out as a consequence to the previous one. So some of this could have been prepared. Like I said, Celis Agard taking Intaki, or Celis Agard, doing that kind of thing to Intaki, supporting Intaki, has been like a thing for her forever. But if they're using the Surthud constellation to move to Solitude, or to move to the Syndicate, the state is, because they're staging their support in Sam, which is gated to Othanoon. So if that is their route in, then what would have happened if we had stopped them from making the gate, right? How much of this would have been different? And on the going back to the Amar Mimitar side, if the Amar were trying to link the three systems together, what would have happened if the Mimitar had not taken those two systems? Would they have been successful? Maybe the MR would have completed their research, and then they would have had their own mini Pochvin between the three systems. Or maybe even four, if you include the other one, the RShat capture transmuter. We don't know. We don't know. And we may never know what the actual impact of it is. But I think that we are beyond the point of saying that we aren't part of the story, right? It's kind of weird because, like I said, the empires are making moves that are bigger than us, right? So it's easy to say like, oh, well, the Gallente just took those systems and like see that it's not being done by players as a thing. But if you think about it, like these are all amplifications and ramifications about what we're doing. So the other thing about this is, like I said, if the Caldari, we now have Null Sec systems that are still Null Sec, but are owned by an empire. What any rule that we used to have about the way these kinds of things are supposed to play out is thrown out the window, right? CCP's been working to make things less static for a long time, but this is a very interesting version of that. This isn't just like making it so that anomalies move around or making dynamic bounty systems or anything like that. This is like the map itself is going to be adjusted over and over and over again based on what people do. And that is really, really interesting. And it also, to me, reminds me of real life, right? Because like, we never know, we have to make some hard decisions. Like things have to happen. And we may never know what the other outcome would have been, right? So I don't know, man. It's pretty ballsy, in my opinion, to move on to this kind of world. But I think it's really, really cool. And I think as this unfolds over time, it's going to be even more interesting because the line between player action and players and the lore has always been very fuzzy. But this makes it so that, the story of the players and the story of the empires in this regard are very much intertwined. So again, we're going to have to see how this sovereignty plays out, because chances are the Federation are not going to just let it go. And in addition to that, and it's also a threat on their border, another threat on their border, I should say. Where was I? Oh, so the Caldari, when the Gallente took that area, that was a violation of the Emergency Militia War Powers Act. So that was against the rules, according to faction warfare. That was the Gallente violating the Concord agreements. That's a big problem, right? And the Gallente, or the Caldari were very, very careful to ensure that their response was very, minimal. They they fortified the system of Othanoon and took down or like captured the Gallente Stargate, which they might be transforming into a gate to Syndicate. But either way, like they made a big point to not take the system as Caldari, and instead leave it up to keep the militia iHub intact, because they wanted the Gallente to be in the wrong firmly. But this move is a power move, taking of systems, expanding of resources, expanding of operations. But it doesn't violate the rules, right? Like they did it by the book. They made an agreement with the people. They registered it with Concord. The Caldari are being very, very careful to make sure that their moves are on the up and up, at least on the surface. Whereas the Gallente feel like they're a little bit more... Well, the Gallente really think that they're slick. That's one of the things about them. So I assume that they thought that the whoopsie woo, or the misdirection and that led to them being able to take Intaki. I'm sure that they felt that they're pretty clever about that. But again, though, in this case, their reaction was very muted. They didn't really give a solid response, which tells me either they are likewise trying to navigate this incredibly sticky situation and not rile up anything and remove public opinion even more, because they're already having serious protests. And protesting in the Federation is much more disruptive than protesting in the state. But it could also mean that they are going to react, and we're going to have to see what the actual reaction is, right? As in like a military strike. So things are playing out pretty quick. I don't have a timeline for anything at the moment. I'm trying to think of like when things would play out. But really, it's just play it by ear. I don't know if the next shoe drops tomorrow or the next shoe drops a week from now. The next thing that I know of in the files is likely related to the winter event, which is still a few weeks away. So there's plenty of stuff to develop ahead of time. And of course, now that Uprising is out, it's going to be time for CCP to start talking about the next stuff. Although, before we even get into that, I'm going to caution that CCP's first quarter is usually pretty quiet, especially January, because everybody was on vacation for December. So it's probably not going to be like that much unless they already had something relatively prepared. You see it as being shocked speechless? I don't know, man. Let me go read it again. Where is it? There it is. That's not the right one. The Federation Navy's invasion and liberation of Intaki, blah, blah, blah. Federation authorities appear to be calm in response to this surprise move by the state and have so far kept to the long-established line that Yeah, I think that the issue is that it seems like the Federation might have already had their eye on Syndicate, and this was a preemptive strike. What's also interesting there is that, like, the Federation going in against the Syndicate could be argued is like something the Federation can do, because the Syndicate isn't an officially recognized. They're not the same as the Dark Age empires. So, but by positioning the Caldari right there, that now makes it so that any attempt to take the Intaki Syndicate region would bring them head to head with the Caldari. It kind of reminds me of, like, in real life in war, you know, when troops are put into a country simply so that another country can't necessarily attack in the same way for fear of triggering further escalations of war. So I assume that they're actually being quiet because either A, their plan got thwarted, and so now they're kind of freaking out because obviously their secret plan wasn't so secret. But or it doesn't come off as stunned to me. They're kind of being dismissive of it, right? Oh yeah, internal politics and security of the Syndicate is a matter for the Intaki Syndicate. They're acting like it's no biggie, and that is telling to me. That's all. Now, there's another thing. Love the nod to protests in the Intaki yesterday. Feel very justified. Years of RP. Lots of delightful nods. Yeah. Hey, Richard, are you part of Intaki Liberation Front? Is it the Caldari state officially adding to their star system count too? Yes. Dismissive to save face? Possibly. But it's more like, it seemed to me like it was more like they just don't want to reveal anything. And I guess that's based not just on like my understanding of these people as like actors, but also just the way that the story has been going on. Hey, Richard, would you mind coming on or talking to me sometime soon? So that way, because I really, really, really want to cover the full history of the Intaki and their relationship with the Galente and the Caldari and all that kind of stuff. I have a lot of the details out. It also spins out really quickly into Yin Mei stuff, but it'd be really cool if I could get some help so that way I don't come across as being biased. Yeah. Exactly. It's a common offset protocol. You got to remember, the Galente think that they are really clever, right? And also, they're not. In Sine Wave Omega, I think it was, or maybe it was Sine Wave Alpha, they even make a direct comment about how awful the Galente Federation's like spy network is at like keeping things secret. So, yeah. Also, another fun fact, the head of the FIO, I think he's still head of the FIO, Mentis Black, who did not win his presidential election and was one of the only people that didn't have an attempt on his life during the Galente Federation presidents, when the Federation presidential elections, in I think 2020, when Celis Agar got elected. He was the senator of Solitude originally, and he also, I think, is Intaki. A lot of the people in Solitude are Intaki. And as it was pointed out earlier, Mordu's Legion is like, Mordu was Caldari, but what Mordu's Legion was a unit that was taken in by Mordu of defecting Intaki largely. So, and he turned them into a military force, and then they resettled them on Warshi or whatever the name of the planet is, and they ended up having a lot of racism, and it was bad. So then Mordu took them away and formed the Mordu's Legion. The Mordu has also long had support with the Intaki. They are the neutral security guards in the Intaki system, at least up until now. Cool, Richard. Well, yeah, I'll just need to figure out a way to get in contact with everybody. But at the same time, Mordu's Legion was also one of the big players in the move to, like, sneakily move troops onto Intaki 5. Because, like, the takeover of Intaki that happened in 2018, I think it was, when the state took over Intaki, when they took, we read about it earlier, when Laidai and the other forces were clashing and they were stealing all of the medical equipment and that stuff with the Arcat Mountains and all that stuff. It started with Mordu Legion, kind of. So, okay. We'll talk a little bit about the Intaki stuff today. And I'll piece together this part of the story at least. So, yeah, please do. Where should we begin? So there's a lot of stuff in 2011 that happened when the Caldari took it originally. And or 2008, I think it was. Either way, There's been a lot of other stuff in before, but I want to focus mostly on the lead up to and impact of the 2000. We're going to go with 18 event, right? So, do I have this in my timeline? Let me see. That'd be super handy if it was. I haven't gotten quite to the current events in the timeline still. But I'm pretty sure I made it through 2018. So okay, this is a different plot thread. That's one of the problems. Where is it? Oh, found it. Yeah. Okay, it is 2018. All right, so it all begins with a lost Idama. So the Intaki people believe in. Actually, let me actually do an ad real quick, and then we'll jump into this. Maybe we'll do. Where'd it go? There it is. All right. So you have the Lost Idama. Yeah. So on August 9th, 2018, or YC 120, there was a change of command over Mordu's Legion forces at Caldari Prime. The shift is their overall focus of the Legion, prompted by their continuing involvement in the Upwell Consortium. Blah, blah, blah. Is there anything else important here? No, this is kind of tangential, but let's jump into the next thing. So, yeah, the changes directly affected the mercenary detachment of Caldari Prime, previously under the leadership of Strike Commander Sunni Aina. Recently promoted Brigadier General Majima Akuras will instead take the reins of the security forces, blah, 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 blah. General Akuris explained in no uncertain terms that as the Legion becomes more involved in operations with Upwell Consortium, they will not be seeking to renew a number of their high-profile contracts. One of the examples touched on was the contract with the Joint Administration of Caldari Prime. So they're kind of winding that down, right? So, then this is when we start to see the large losses in ship crew. This is related to it was originally part of the lead up to Nova. I like it better when it's this way. And then we can just go like this and this. All right. So where was it? Yeah, so there's the Rogue Swarm event. There's Sakuni assassinates Sister Latimus. There's the time-based experiment. Then the Triglavians get discovered. And it's after that, a few months later, that this change happens. They announce there's the large increase in ship crew losses. Then Mordu announces their departure from Caldari Prime. So is this real? Hold on. Yeah. So skip forward 2 months. Where is it? Oh yeah, more stuff. So that Valkynier, Provost Marshal Cassia Valkynier gets promoted at this time. This is the formation of Aegis. This is where, like I said, they were gearing up towards the shooter, but then eventually this got shifted over to being the Triglavian group, the anti-Triglavian team. So yeah. So Colonel Cassia Valkynier briefed Captain Marshal Zerdan Serkosh, Director Kaitan Yun, Mortis Legion, and Upwell Consortium's Department of Friendly and Mutual Assistance invited to discuss the ship disappearances. So that's a hell of a list of actors, right? So then we have wait. Yeah, sorry. At the same time, I don't know why that didn't get included in this one. So back up here. Oh yeah, I lost Adama. That's why, because it's just linked. Got it. So let's take a step back again. So the changeover of guard happens in Caldari Prime, right? Then the lost Adama is discovered in Kana Kingdom. So the Intaki have a tradition where they can actually transfer their consciousness to a child. So there are these people named Reborn that go through this process. So they've lived multiple lives. And then their religious leaders, known as the Idama, actually have the capability of doing this without the technology, supposedly. So if you think about it, the Adamas are very close to what you would think about like the Dalai Lama, right? So there was a lost Adama, who was it? I can't remember the actual Idama's name. Either way, so there's less than 500 Idama, and this one, I don't know if it says it here, but it used to. Oh, here we go. Despite numerous physical descriptions of the person she would be reborn as, the Ida faithful were apparently unable to find her. The story tells that in YC-99, a senior Idama on Intaki Prime died from health complications associated with natural aging. Prior to her death, the Idama left a letter explaining that she intended to be reborn in a distant land far from Intaki Prime, supposedly in order to learn the plight of those beyond Federation borders. Cool. So then this monk, Uralon, claims to discover the lost Idama as a slave, Aeloa and Mwaro, on the Conid ship Pure Faith's Harvest owned by Sabaran Atazil Kufail of the Khanid Kingdom. Okay? Now, they attempt to negotiate with him and purchase them. Intended to purchase Waro from Kufail upon his discovery. However, Lord Kufail refused to sell in Waro, stating that the Ida monk is obviously mistaken. Irulan is now claiming that Lord Kufail acquired the slave illegally, citing a lack of transactions or punitive records. Lord Kufail has denied these accusations in the strongest terms, and accuses the monk of illegal missionary work on behalf of foreign religious colonizers. Irulan attempted to purchase Enwaro from the holder in an effort to bring her to Intaki Prime in order to conduct extensive testing to confirm the identity. Lord Kufail has explained to ACN that the alleged missionaries' proclamations brought Enwaro considerable distress. Fitted with a transcranial microcontroller in the kingdom's manor, was unaware that she was even a slave. The state and states that she has no recollection of any past lives. As a result, Irulan persistent questioning. The Sabaran found it necessary to make changes to the microcontroller to effect in an effort to pacify her. So that's fucked up, right? Having returned to Intaki, Irulan claims that he conducted an investigation into Lord Kufail's acquisition of Enwaro. The Intaki monk says that Waro was a generational slave, but alleges that there is no record of a lineage or prior punitive measures that led to her enslavement. Irulan is now making a claim that the holder obtains and replaces slaves inordinately quickly. The Ida monasteries are reported to have initially expressed skepticism, but now say that they have been convinced by Irulan's research. Okay. Kana Kingdom authorities have dismissed any possibilities of infringing on the rights of Sabaran Kufail. Quote, under pressures of Galente interference based on blasphemous nonsense, the court chamberlain's office has confined itself to nothing, noting that the matter is within the authority of Royal House of the Khanid Kingdom of the Empire. So, cool. Where can I find podcasts with you talking about the lore? I'm working on. I'd like to put it out as a podcast too, but you can find the videos on my YouTube. All right, so cool. They find the Lost Adama. He refuses to sell it to them. 2 months later, we see the large. In the meantime, we see the large ship losses. And Mortis Legion departs from Caldari Prime on September 14th. Then, in October 8th, we see the attacks begin. There is a poisoning incident aboard Ren Station. Then Amar and Khanid Holdings get attacked with Death Glow and Insurum bombs. Today's attack on Oris followed a viral weapon strike carried out on Zersim 5. The Khanid Kingdom reported from Vespheris region that the planet is restricted due to a security lockdown, but the scope has established that yesterday's assault on the Khanid military cloning facility succeeded in contaminating a large number of clone banks and genetic material stocks. Then there's the Kaha attack, which caused a massive uprising. So additionally, we can now show that the earlier terrorist attack in Zersim was carried out by the order of Amitar blood cultists working hand in hand with a Mimitar terrorist. After autopsy, it is clear several rebel operatives were addicted to this vile death drug, and viral attack included opponents of the Insurum mutagen. We consider a link established and has passed this evidence to the Theology Council courts. Now, this is not the first time that the Blood Raiders has attacked the Amar with Insurum. Last time it was just Insurum. This time it's Insurum mixed with Deathglow. Insurum, by the way, is the antidote to the drugs that the Amar use to control their population, known as Vitok. So it basically it's like it gives them the cure to their drug that's keeping them hooked on being a slave, while at the same time also giving them bath salts to make them go absolutely fucking crazy and start killing people. So there's a big uprising. And the Khanid respond by stomping it down to the point where everybody else is like, whoa, that was too much, right? After an apparent blood rage attack using the death glow chemical triggered widespread slave uprising in the Gaha system, fears that Queen Zidorez Khanid has been killed. Brutal pacification efforts by the Khanid forces are sparking protests across New Eden. They bombarded a large number of slave districts. It was a bad deal, right? So then, as all of this is playing out, right? So let's look. It starts on the 8th. It picks up. It starts on the Khanid side on the 11th. But then on the 24th, you see the Kaha attack. It continues on until on the 26th, 2 days later, Intaki extremists assaulted the cruiser Pure Faith's Harvest belonging to Sabaran Atzal Kufail earlier today, apparently in hopes of freeing a slave known as the Lost Adama. So with all of this attacks going on, in comes the Intaki guys trying to use the chaos as an opportunity to take the Adama from the Khanid guy. However, they failed. Reports indicated that there was a bloody skirmish that resulted in the eventual retreat of the Intaki, who fled the scene when the Khanid Navy arrived to destroy one of the three frigates they had used in the assault. The Itis monasteries kind of denounced it as militant heathens. And here we go. We see a spokesperson for the Intaki extremists who identify themselves as the Adama and Waro Reparation Front. The complacent nature of the society towards slavery, blah, blah, blah. Actually, no, we don't need to worry about it. Oh, yeah, he says, those who enjoy these freedoms while calling for those who fight for it, extremists or terrorists, allow people like slaver Kufail to prosper. The massacre in Kaha forced our hands. We will not pause when our kinsmen and others are denied the right to freedom and murder for demanding it. You know, there's a lot of groups accusing their hands of being forced recently, I've noticed. Okay. The Royal Khanid Navy stated that any or all attack by Intaki extremists will be dealt with as piracy and must be met with the sternest possible measures. Breaking report. Sources in the Caldari state claim that Khanid Royal Commodore Araz Nomara has met with representatives of the Antara Direct Action and Anikonobo Brigade, PMCs, with a view of securing their services to counter terrorist operations. Wait a minute. I know those names. Where is it? No. Yeah. Here's our first comment about the death lists, right? These are the groups that left the Yinmei Civil War. And it is Intara Direct Action, Ostrakhan Agency, and Sekal Expeditionary Group. Sekal Expeditionary Group being Mimitar, by the way. So this is Caldari, Galente, and Mimitar groups. So this same group that was pulled out for a sovereign non-compete clause in June, now is being tapped for counter-terrorist operations in October, which then leads to, yeah, the Deathless's group, which then there's more Kaha escalations, slave revolts, all that kind of stuff, right? Then comes in, so 6 months later, half a year later, in 2019, April, we get here's the Belleron bill starting out, right? Or not starting out, but this is an advancement of the Belleron bill, which includes political violence. Yeah, there's but broke up in violent scenes of pro-death penalty groups clash with rally-goers. So yeah, like this Belleron bill has been a violent one for the whole time. But either way, Kana Kingdom still pursuing legal remedies over Fabai Constellation. Hey, there's our buddy Chuckade. Hold on. Amar legal observers are divided as to whether Khanid writ of distraint would prevail, but note that House Kador itself has directed all of its effort in Iridia to the Myonin constellation. It may be vulnerable to transfer to the primary fief of Fabai to meet obligations under imperial law. Aga Count Alar Chakade, a key party to the Khanid case, reflected on the relief of Anath and continuing instability of Fabai. Yeah, so remember, this guy, secret agent of the equilibrium of mankind. So that's worth noting. He also was very closely related to the Deathglow attacks, for the record. Mortis Legion to hold large-scale exercises in Intaki and Luminaire systems with Caldari and Galente PMCs. Mortis Legion has announced that it intends to host and hold a series of exercises in Intaki and Luminaire systems in the coming weeks. These exercises will involve a number of private military companies, including Kandata Revenor, Isua Tactical, Kirkin Risk Control, Rishep Stellar Strategy, Valor Spec Ops, and Zumari Force Projection. It's announced that from last month's summit on Intaki Prime, at which Mortis Legion gathered a number of Caldari and Galente PMCs to discuss the private military and mercenary contracting sector across the Senate or across the state and federation. So what's really interesting here to me is that this list does not include Intara Direct Action or the Otacon Agency. So, this leads to is this the next thing? No. Shoot. I don't have it in order. Let's see. 121? Yeah. Bah. All right. Well, let's just go. for it. Let's see. This is the 9th. This is before. This is before. And this goes kind of in the middle, I think. Right? This is the same thing twice. Got it. Okay, so here we have, let's see if this is the right thing. Intaki, Syndicate, and or alarmed and concerned? Nope, that's not the right one. Ishikone challenges Anakanobo Brigade actions on Intaki 5 at Caldari Business Tribunal. Wait a minute. Anakanobo Brigade, was that one of the ones that was mentioned in the Mortis Legion attack? Or situation? Where is it? Boo. This is the part of the stuff that I haven't really gotten to that much. Let me see. This is what I meant by I'm trying to pull it all together, but there's a lot to this part in particular. Funny how the sissies patches. I think that the other ones got put in already. Here we go. Okay, so whatever we had about the looting, hold on. Dang it. Whatever. So what? It was April, right? There we go. Yep, found it. So in April of 2019, Mortis Legion to hold large-scale exercises in Intaki and Luminaire systems. That's what we saw. And it's Katana Revenor, Ishikone Tactical, Kirkland Risk Control, Reshep Interstellar Strategy, Valor Spec Ops, and Zumari Force Projection. Cool. So that is who Mortis Legion brought in. Then, in June, the Anakanobo Brigade has issued a formal notice that its mercenary operations on Intaki 5 are in pursuit of corporate reparations in breaking and extraordinary news from the Intaki system. The home system of the Intaki culture is currently within the Caldari-controlled portion of the disputed zone between the Caldari State and the Galente Federation specified by the Concord Emergency Militia War Powers Act. The Caldari PMC asserts that is operating on behalf of the client with quote, well-founded claims to recover reparations from properties and resources linked to certain radical sects of the Ida movement. Reports from Intaki 5 claim that the brigade has, quote, sacked a dozen Ida monasteries and burned down a score of attached villages and communal plantations. The status of Intaki 5 has regularly been a matter of some uncertainty as control in the Placid region. And Intaki system in particular has shifted over the long years to the Galente Caldari militia conflict. Long-standing tacit agreements between the Caldari State and the Galente Federation has generally allowed for the Intaki Assembly to maintain its sovereignty and control of Intaki 5, even during periods where the Caldari militia forces has controlled the system itself. The Caldari State Chief Executive Panel, representing the balance of consensus among the Big 8 Caldari megacorps, has been content to leave the arrangement undisturbed since the fall of Tibus Heth. The role of Mortis Legion in maintaining the situation has undoubtedly been key, as an organization trusted in both the Caldari State and broad sections of the Intaki society. However, the scoped galactic hour with Rhett Gloriax understands that Caldari corporate law allows significant degree of latitude in which the more independent corporations can, in principle, operate when the system is under state control as part of the war zone. Despite this, it is thought unlikely that even such an organization as the Anakanobo Brigade would take the step to forcibly seizing properties and resources of Intaki 5 without the backing of at least one megacorporation. For its part, the Ishikone Megacorp, which has long maintained major interest and investment in the system, has signaled its intention to challenge the Anakanobo Brigade use of corporate reparations provisions as justification in seizures and report related operations on Intaki 5. Okay, so as the Mortis Legion operations are happening, these guys show up. Then Ishikone challenges the Anakanobo Brigade's actions. Ishikone is seeking a lien to freeze Anakanobo's transport of materials still present on the planet, pending a judgment for relief on the basis that the Brigade's corporate reparations operations harm the megacorporation's interests on Intaki 5. Special Corporate Counsel appears at Ishikone and entered the petition on behalf of the CBTs before the CBT's panel of receivers. Blah, blah, blah. Charged against Anakanobo Brigade, any clients, partners, or sponsors as yet unknown and specified and unspecified who are party to the gross criminality and abuse of corporate law. As spoke, they have sacked a dozen Ida monasteries and burned down a score of attached villages and communal plantations. Anakanobo Brigade has not responded. Now, Anakanobo Brigade is like basically the mob. It's a crime family within the state. So then, half a month later, Lydai shows up. Over a week after the troops were reported to have landed on Intaki 5, the Lydai Protection Services, so a week after the last report, the Intaki Lydai Protection Services, the LDPS show up on Intaki 5. So, it is engaged in operations in pursuit of Lydai's corporate interests in the Placid Conflict Zone. This statement coincided with the formal response to Caldari Business Tribunal after the reports of LDPS landings in Kenta Yavat Transorbital Launch Facility, which is the same location that we saw today in the news on the Intaki homeworld, were brought before by the Ishikone Corporation. This facility is currently occupied by the forces of the Anakanobo Brigade following its own corporate reparation operation in Intaki 5. The arrival of the 203 Cap Regiment's large contingency of mechanized infantry and armor, supported by aerospace fighters, has aroused fears that further depredations against the Intaki property are envisioned by the combined Lydai and Anakanobo force. The Ishikone Corporation has formally requested that its petition before the CBD against the Anakanobo Brigade be extended to include the LDPS as a defendant party. So now we know that it was Lydai that was the ones that sent in the Anakanobo Brigade. Well, why did they do that? So the secret here is the Intaki. It could very well be a level on the shooter. Where was I? The Intaki religious technology that allows for the transfer of consciousness. That is one of the things that they took. And 2 months later, Lydai came out with subcranial nanocontrollers. But, hold on. Subcranial nanocontrollers is an advanced component of Lydai intended for use of biomechanical and neurocybernetic implants, similar to the transcranial controller technology owned and licensed by Ishikone. Implants using the subcranial are cheaper, more flexible, blah, blah, blah. It was believed that the Kane Kingdom and Tashmurkon family are eager to incorporate the technology. Although this kind of fell apart, they actually saw new life in several different places, including Quaife using accusation that Quaife used soft drink-induced subcranial nanocontrollers to sway the last presidential senatorial elections. which is also interesting given current news, since the Senate has been getting really involved in certain things. We don't know which senators were supposedly influenced by this. But it's worth... So Ishikone owned Intaki as per the agreements from the first time that they invaded back in like 2008 or 2011. And so it's very likely that the transneural microcontrollers are the same kind of technology as the subcranial nanocontrollers. And that is why Ishikone was attempting to stop LIDI, because they knew that LIDI was going to get this competing technology. And I didn't show you guys the subcranial nanocontroller, but whatever. Next, LIDI Protection Services forces raid monastery and medical research facilities on Intaki 5. Anakanoba Brigade reportedly engages Intaki militia and Kandata Revenor troops in support of LDPS. Wait a minute. And Kandata Revenor troops? Wait, but they were here as part of the as part of the Mortis Legion forces, which recently spun down on Caldari Prime. Okay. Quaif Corporation joins Ishikone's case against Anakanoba Brigade and Laidai over Intaki 5 crisis. Kind of interesting that Quaif would weigh in on this, right? All things considered. Kandota Revenor troops covering Intaki militia retreat to positions secured by Ishua Tactical PMC. So once again, these are two of the Mortis Legion groups that are the groups that Mortis Legion brought in that are providing cover for the Intaki militia. So Mortis Legion secures communications of Navi Akat, and there's the Akat, maybe Akat Mountains, and as Intaki Assembly holds conferences with Federal Senate. Then comes a standoff on Intaki Prime as Laidai refuses to withdraw forces from key locations. The fifth planet in the Intaki system, an ancestral homeworld of the large and influential Intaki diaspora, has been a scene of low-intensity conflict since the Anakanobo Brigade and LDPS began operations there almost 2 months ago. The threat of serious warfighting was at its highest levels when OB and LDPS forces broke out of the fortified positions of the Kenta Yavat transorbital launch facility in the foothills of the northern Akat Mountains. Their subsequent sweep through Ida monasteries and attached research centers in the region brought them into conflict with the units of the Intaki Assembly militia. Now, I do want to talk about the fact that one of the reasons why I think that they do use these repeating places and repeating things is actually not just because they want a location for the shooter, but also by specifically referencing the Akat Mountains today, or in the news today, caused me to look back in the past for previous iterations of it. And it found this news. So I have found this to be true many times, where there will be a detail, a name of a place or a person that is included as part of the story that seems to function to tie you back to a previous thing, such that when you look up that person or place, it leads you to another piece of this backstory, if that makes sense. Serious fighting was avoided by the overmatched Intaki militia units were forced to retreat south to secure zones around the Intaki administrative capital. Units of Kandata Revenor and Isua tactical PMCs are reported to have established defensive line around Navia Akat, while Mortis Legion has confirmed it has deployed freshly arrived troops positions defending Lenoika, which is the city, the largest city on Intaki Prime and cultural capital of the planet. So, and remember, Belleron is the senator of that city subdistrict. Reports of heavily defended LDPS convoys moving back and forth between Kenta Yavat and a number of locations in the northern Akat Mountains have been independently confirmed. Colonel Ana Yominoro of the LDPS 203rd Combined Asset Protection Regiment issued a statement declaring her unit's operations to be in accordance with the Caldari state corporate law and principles of reclamation from conflict zones and territorial possessions of the Caldari people. Blah, blah, blah. So it looks like Mordu got here first to set up defensive positions, maybe knowing what was going to happen. But the major conflict is between the Laidai forces and Ishikone's forces, right? Is that true? I guess not. It was just... Yeah. They're only fighting with so LDPS and OB forces are clashing with the groups that came with Mortis Legion. All right. Security situation in Intaki 5 static but unstable, says Concord Conflict Monitors. Opposing PMC maintaining positions. LIDI application to CBT for exception from state economic guidance on toxic waste disposal denied. So they are asking for an exception to be able to, for toxic waste disposal. It is denied. And they begin... Laidai Corporation is, quote, studying options for relocating toxic waste to conflict zone sites. So then, half a month later, August 23rd, Laidai Corporation signs ceasefire agreement with Intaki Assembly on a Konobo Brigade withdrawing from Intaki 5. And Intaki dissidents allege Laidai, quote, being allowed to leave with plunder. Protests claim ceasefire deal a betrayal. So... there is a suspicion that Laidai, or that basically this decision by the Intaki Assembly allowed them to take stuff from Intaki 5, specifically the medical and religious equipment, i.e. most likely the Ida religious artifacts that allow for transfer of consciousness. So then Laidai negotiates lease for Kenta Yavat transorbital launch facility with Intaki Assembly. So now the Laidai leases the transorbital launch facility from Intaki Assembly. And Mordu confirms the leaving of the opposing forces. Major protests in Intaki City at Assembly deal with Laidai. Hundreds and thousands march in Lenoika and Navi Akat. So Laidai is still fucking around. Quaif Corporation withdraws from Ishikone's case against Anakanobo Brigade and Laidai over Intaki 5. That's interesting. I wonder if the Anakanobo Brigade has connections through to Quaif, if that's the whole thing. I don't know. I bet you Quaif is related to the Deathless. I bet that's how the smugglers are getting things through. Then, so at around this time in November, or in September, the Galente took back the system of Intaki. So therefore, we get Federal Marines reported to be landing on Intaki 5, supported by Federal Defense Union. LDPS 203rd CAP Regiment declares 1,000-kilometer suborbital exclusion zone around Kenta Yavat, and Colonel Ane Yominoro confirms authorization to enforce exclusion zones with AAS missiles. Who was this again? Oh, she's the LDPS leader. Got it. Of this operation. No, the conflict was, yeah, Mordu and their team supporting the local militia against LDPS and OB. Correct. And by correct, I mean anything that Richard says about this is probably more correct than what I have to say. So just keep that in mind. More protests erupt on Intaki 5 as evidence of LIDAI payments to assembly members emerge. So this is the other big problem here, is that it's hard to assess the Intaki's will when the powers that be in the Intaki that signal these things have been bought out, right? Like there's accusations that LIDAI bought out the assembly members, and there are accusations that the Federation are influencing the Intaki. Now. So it's hard to find out. Plus, there's also the Intaki Assembly and the Intaki Senate, their local Senate, as well as their representative to the Federation. All these kinds of things makes it like really, really complicated to try to suss out what exactly, because that's what started me on this whole train of thought, right? Is trying to figure out what the Caldari actually, or what the Intaki actually want, right? Because we spend so much time, there's so many people putting words into the mouth of the Intaki. I wanted to try to sort out, like, because I even made the argument. It's like, well, the Intaki supported Celis Agard, therefore it shows that they have support. But this shows that this is way more complicated than that, is all I'm saying. Intaki groups in protest fill LIDAI stations with toxic waste. That's amazing. So Concord conflict monitors advocate DMZ between Kenta Yavat and lines held by federal Marines. LIDAI Protection Services denies use of aerial denial munitions on Intaki 5. Cannot speak for mercenary units. Man, what fucking doublespeak, right? Like, so LIDAI has never officially acknowledged the fact that they're the ones that brought in the Anakanobu Brigade. They just happened to come in with them and work with them. So that's funny. That's so true. Like, to use a mercenary unit to do the dirty work, so that way they can plausible deniability. All right. Intaki Assembly agrees to unconditional evacuation of LIDAI forces from Intaki 5. So right after they're accused of bribery, they then allow unconditional and unrestricted evacuation of the LDPS 203rd Combat Asset Protection Regiment and allied forces from Kenta Yavat Transorbital Facility. So, despite the seemingly noble goal of ensuring the disarmament of countless deadly and indiscriminate weapons scattered across the exclusion zone, the Intaki Assembly has come under repeated fire from protesters, non-governmental organizations, and radical political parties over alleged payments made to assembly members by LIDAI. The scope understands that the LDPS evacuation flights have already begun and are being escorted by Concord conflict monitoring units. And again, like, this is where they took their plunder, right? And at that exact same time, Ishikone joins with Hasiota and Wiakomi to form Combine TNR. And the Federation presidential debate was started. Or election got a date. Rioting in Intaki 5 cities of Lenoika and Navi Akat, Intaki Assembly houses stormed. Intaki militia loyal to Assembly reportedly fighting with, quote, rebel militia backing protesters. And federal Marines moving back to cities as Concord conflict monitors oversee LIDAI evacuation. So things get rough, real bad, real quick. Intaki Assembly, considering all options as Ishikone and Mordu's Legion formally declined to renew shipping and security franchise. So y'all wanted to know, like, why aren't the Intaki, or what does Mordu have to say about the takeover of Intaki? And the answer is, they didn't renew their contract. After 2 weeks of relative peace in Intaki 5, the Intaki Assembly has been meeting with representatives of the Galente Federation, Ishikone Corporation, and Mortis Legion to discuss the tendering and transition period of the Intaki Systems Federal Shipping and Security franchise. While it's been much speculated for months, Ishikone and the Legion have now formally given notice that they do not intend to seek renewal. The Intaki Assembly is understood to be consulting with the federal administration over stopgap measures in the short term. Ishikone Corporation has long regarded our involvement in the Intaki shipping and security franchise arrangement as a remnant of a period where many mistakes were made. Blah, blah, blah. Tibus Heth. The latest news has unsettled many on Intaki 5, coming as it does soon after an uneasy peace was established on the planet following the departure of the Expeditionary Force of Mercenaries and corporate security forces led by Lydai Protection Services. There are many units belonging to various private military companies remaining on the surface, although most of these are allied to Ishikone, Mortis Legion, or the Intaki Assembly itself. There's also a sizable combined contingent of Federal Marines and Federal Defense Union troops present on the major cities. Additionally, talks are still ongoing with the Intaki Assembly, protest organizations, and rebel Intaki militia to achieve peaceful disarmament and political amnesty. Lydai Corporation announces subcranial nanocontroller technology after filing state patents at Caldari Business Tribunal. There you go. Here's that first Amatar to become a governor, made by Aram Ardashpur. So that relates to the news today about the establishment, the constructions in the Amatar Mandate. Intaki Assembly renews Astral Mining Incorporated's Intaki System Astral Mining franchise awards communications franchise to Semiotique Superluminal. Oh, that's interesting, because that group is the group that we've been getting those skins for all this time. They're one of the main FTL communication teams. Sarum Police Guard investing Sekal clan finances and links to organized crime, hijacker games, and kidnapping raids. Now, we know that Sekal clan is related to Deathless. Senator Suvio Belleron welcomes return of capital punishment abolition bill to Senate floor. Blah, blah, blah. Next, by November, do we have anything else? Intaki State Police Delegation visit Navi Akat for talks with the Intaki Assembly. This is where Flosiswin starts to heat up too. The capital punishment bill is passed. Rodin decides to table it. This is in December. And Suvio Belleron declares candidacy. Celis Agard declares candidacy. And again, Agard's position has always been securing the border areas and support from Intaki. Scope political analysis, Zalawi Marguva drew parallels between Governor Agard's commencement speech and her campaign speeches. Quote, "If it sounds like a script you've heard before, that's because you have. The governor wants to kindle voter interest. With the Federal Defense Union's reestablished dominance in Verge Vendor and Intaki, she won't be robbed next time. This is important because, as I said, the only reason why she lost was because they weren't allowed to vote in the last election." He said, referring to the controversial no-vote law that had put Agard at severe disadvantage in YC 111. So that's actually 2009, sorry. Others question the real potential of a third Agard run at the presidency following her poor results in YC 117. And Shalin Ramnev's credible second place performing, attracting the bulk of the anti-Rodin vote. So, yeah. Flossus win, Flossus win, Flossus win. Tempest Dragonar's call evades arrest following robbery of Garun Investment Bank. Garun Investment Bank just popped up too recently. That might be worth looking into. Federal Security Council expresses grave concerns over report Intaki Assembly considering Syndicate bid for security franchise. So now they're looking at this at the Syndicate for their defense. Further terrorist attacks. PKN Interstellar, which is CBD, LiDi, and NOH, launch HyperNet. Is there anything here that's worth noting? I don't think so. This is interesting. Kalikiota and Suvi delegation meets with Lord Araxaron to discuss militia warzone conflict. President Jacques Rodin rumored to be attending bilateral talks at Habu 8, sponsored by Quaif. Nothing there. The Moksha Chorus assault on Chamuni 3 mining colony. Total destruction and settlement and thousands captured. I assume that this is the event that's referred to in the skin. When they talk about how he's saying it over the ruined station. What happened? Oh. Shalin Ramnev announces presidential run from Caldari Prime. Kellen Ontbod visits Mimitar militia warzone. I think the Intaki situation is kind of quieted down at this point. Although there was details about the toxic. They did. So I think that they dumped toxic waste on Intaki 6. We might have missed that, but hold on. I know I post a lot. We're gonna get past all this. I did a breakdown of the timeline here. So yeah. If you do not recall, LDPS was accused of using area denial munitions, raided monasteries and medical facilities, and bribed the assembly to allow them to leave with their plunder. All, as it turns out, in a scheme to dump toxic waste, which is... Oh, that's just the attempt to... Okay, yeah. So that's the same thing we looked at. Cool. Let's get back to it. So then Templest Dragonars make a deal with the Moksha Chorus. That was the January event, Dragonar Blitz. Mentis Black comments on Rodin administration's militia warzone diplomacy and clear appeal to Hawks. While Black's comment included criticism of Amar Inner Circle delegate Zerdan Serkosh. So Zerdan Serkosh is still in the Amar Inner Circle, is still the Amar's Inner Circle delegate at this time. That's good to know. That's 2000. Wow, that's 2020. Okay, cool. These remarks on the edge of open criticism of President Rodin's policy in this manner, looming election, hawkish political blocks, blah, blah, blah. PKN Interstellar bid for security and shipping franchise to Intaki system described as bizarre and insulting by the Intaki Assembly. Let's see. That's all different stuff. Okay, cool. And then it falls off a cliff. I haven't gotten any further from there. So that is kind of what happened back in this time period. So that's what sets up what happened during the election, right? And beyond. Yeah, I haven't done a timeline. Oh wait, yeah, I did. Cool. But it's the same ending point. Got it. I think that's about it. So as you can see, like the situation on Intaki has been really, really complicated, and they've been kind of a political pawn for a long time. Mostly likely because of whatever technology that they happen to have. Now, as we talked about in the Ugalis situation, Ugalis is not too far away, although physically it's pretty far as it turns out. But there were precursor artifacts found there. The Intaki people kind of grew up around this culture. And in fact, if we go to the Intaki page, not that one. We go to like the official Intaki page. It says, joining the Federation immediately after its founding, the remain one of the largest ethnicities of the nation. Exceedingly gifted communicators, the Intaki today are prominent among federal bureaucracy. Though Galente culture has permeated their society to some extent, they still cling to their cultural identities. I don't... It is widely believed that the introvert Intaki create the most stunning and thought-provoking art around. They had the Reborn. Here we go. Intaki Prime is a jewel amongst planets. It is a tropical and filled with diverse life forms. We have lived and grown on this planet for time beyond measure. I was born in the town of Isaiah, sitting on the base of the Akat mountain range. There's just one place on all of Intaki. Like, Intaki is just this one mountain range, and everything on Intaki Prime is measured in its relationship to the Akat Mountains, which is where the Na'vi live, right? Like, this is what we've learned today. My town was hidden from the harsh sunlight in the deep valleys that intersect the mountain range. Intaki Prime is a very hot world. Both polar regions were once thick with tropical forests. The equatorial oceans are exceedingly hot, and few living things survive around the equator. The rich and varied life of Intaki Prime have been confined to the polar regions. Administrative capital of Intaki 5 is the city of Navi Akat. a former mining town at the foothills of the Akat Mountains. The traditional and cultural capital of Intaki Pine is Lenoika, which remains the largest population center of the planet. Man, there was something about when the Intaki were negotiating for Federation membership, one of the stipulations of their joining was a minimal Federation Navy presence in the system. So that's... how's that working out? That joke didn't work out. All right. And during the Caldari Galente War, the Intaki sympathized with the Caldari because they too kind of felt the oppression of the much larger and therefore more politically forceful Galente within their federation. So, but a lot of the biggest dissenters were rounded up, arrested, and exiled. And they were forbidden to colonize any planets or moons. So this group of exiles clustered together, and under a guy named Dorn and Diabel, they moved to well, they were already in that area, I think. But they basically just decided to remain inside of their station since they can't live on the planets. And thus the Intaki Syndicate were born. And Sylphie and Diabel took over the Syndicate. When her father died, there was a struggle for power. So she actually convinced people to give lifelong appointment of power to her political rival, but then worked with the Sisters of Eve and probably Mortis Legion to attack shipments of supplies, starving the population, and then brought in the Sisters of Eve ships to bring in resupply with her coordination with the Serpentis sister. So with her coordination with her, they brought in humanitarian supplies. And so Sylphie became this larger than life, almost messiah-ic figure, because she swooped in and was able to help when everything was fucked up with it, without anybody really figuring out that it was all fucked up in the first place because of her. Right. So that's fun. And of course, the most militant of them were moved over to the Caldari and ended up becoming the Mortis Legion. So yeah. Is there anything we're missing? Sundari Adama was involved in a drug trafficking scheme which resulted in a major incident, commonly known as the Rise incident, in which the Serpentis carrier full of Rise was intercepted and captured by a fleet of capsular pilots under the temporary command of Vorada Kuvaki of the Ilorin, and then impounded by Inspector Xavier of the Federation Customs. So, interesting. And they also point out that the Intaki are, it is man, I can't find it. Either way, it mentions that the Intaki are, it's unknown where their origins came from. So it's been my belief that their culture grew up on a planet with these precursor artifacts. And that's what they built their entire religion around, right? So the real thing here is that there's really powerful technology that's kind of being fought over. And the Intaki are kind of the people in the middle, if that makes sense. They're exiled through the Intaki Poitot gate. Yeah. And then the Federation destroyed the gate. Fair enough. All right. I need to go. I need to go like right now. So thank you guys for coming. If you like it, please make sure to, like and comment and subscribe and all that kind of stuff. Join my Patreon. I'd like to thank my patrons, including my newest one, which I believe is Rin. Hold on, I gotta double check. This guy. Yeah, Rid, R-I-D. Yeah, so extra special thanks for Rid, who has become my latest Immortal tier patron. Absolutely amazing. Thank you guys for helping. This is the thing that allows me to be able to do this stuff. So, also, PSA, if you or anyone you know is currently subscribed to my channel on Twitch, please unsubscribe. I have no reason to believe that I am ever going to see that money. So, yeah, if you want to support me, Patreon, Twitch, YouTube membership, and merchandise down below. Okay? Thank you guys very much. It's been a blast. I don't know when I'm going to be streaming again, so please keep an eye on my Twitter and on the YouTube and on the Discord. Consider joining the Convocation of Empyreans. We and Aderon Robotics have been having a grand old time. The Warzone has been really, really fun and exciting, and things are really exciting right now. So if you want to get involved and you want to help maximize player engagement with EVE Online, we'd be happy to have you. Also play my game. It's called Playton. It's for free. It's on h.io. There should be a link coming soon in the chat. All right, guys. Yep, there it is. I think that's about it, guys. So I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I know. It was... Never mind. I don't know. All I know is that I've received absolutely nothing back from them, and my appeal is still says pending. So I think I just fell through like into a black hole or something. I don't even know. But that doesn't matter because we've been here, and I have 420 views on the stream right now. Nice. So we're going to wrap it up right now. I've been Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. Wait. I'm an Ashrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put EVE into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys for coming. Thanks for watching. And until next time, I'll see you in space.
Bring on the wrecking machine. see.